All right, folks, we are reassembled here. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Or it's not back to order. We're calling the new meeting. This is the time. Let me start that over. Welcome, everyone. This is the time and place set for the regular February meeting of the Royal Oak Planning Commission. And we're going to call the meeting to order, and I will start by asking the commissioners and the staff to introduce themselves, starting down here with Mr. Hedges, for the record.
Doug Hedges, City Planner.
Clyde Esbury.
Ryan Cooper.
Tim Twing, Director of Community Development.
Josh Markham, City Attorney's Office.
Woody Gantino.
Jim Ellison.
Mike Fournier, Mayor.
Charlene Douglas, City Commissioner.
And I'm Gary Casada. I'm the chairperson. The first order of business is to approve the minutes for the January 14th, 2025 meeting. If the commissioners have had a chance to look these over, if they have questions or comments or corrections, we'd like to hear them. If not, or after that, a motion to approve. Commissioner Douglas.
I move approval.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Gantina. Is there any discussion of the meeting minutes for January 14? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. The meeting minutes for January 14th are approved. All right. Next order of business is public comment. And I just want to be clear, I know we got a lot of new people here. I gave a little spiel before the last meeting. We got even more people here, probably new people here. This is public comment on non-agenda items. So we're talking about the development at 14 and Coolidge. That's on the agenda. Site plan for that's on the agenda. All the other things on the list that are on the agenda, everybody's going to have a chance to speak about those. You'll have your turn for that. So what we're doing now is giving the public an opportunity to talk on something that's not on the agenda today, something that you're bringing to us that's new and different. And if you have that, I would invite you to come up now, introduce yourself, 3 minutes.
And Mr. Chairman, before we get started, I think Mr. Clyde wanted to say something to me.
I do not, but thank you.
Okay. Well, he attempted, before you start my time, he attempted to call me out being disruptive or distracting him, and if you can't stay focused while somebody is moving their hands, you have the problem, not me. My name is PG, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I just want to remind all of you sitting up there that the citizens are at the top of the organizational chart. They are the tax base in this city, and they pay all of your salaries, and they pay for the services. So just keep that in mind. There's a famous planner, I'm sure that all of you know him. His name is Robert Gibbs. He said something that was so profound and prophetic in terms of planning that I have not forgotten it. And what he said was, just because a business is zoned for a particular area, if it doesn't meet the character of the neighborhood, the city is under no obligation to approve that particular project. So I want all of you to keep in mind, this is your tax base here, sitting behind me, not a company and not one company. I'm just concerned about the fact that the city commissioners are the same as the Brownfield Development Committee, which is the same as the Planning Commission. And I'm just really disappointed and concerned about the fact with all of these people that are here, that are dedicated to the city, that may want to serve, that you do not put constituents on these committees. It just looks like a conflict of interest, and the fact that it's a conflict of interest in my mind, we need to ask some other questions. And we need to make sure that none of this is affiliated with what's on the agenda tonight. We need to just make sure that everything that is happening in this auditorium is decent and in order and not violating any kind of political, company, or any other kind of ethics problem. So I'm hoping that when you make your decision and you listen to these people, that you realize once again The citizens are at the top of the organizational chart. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for looking at the speakers, letting us know that what we have to say matter. And for the rest of you that are not listening, twirling around in the seat, looking up at the ceiling, people are going to remember this when you come on that ballot. Anybody that votes for what we don't want, you vote them out.
All right. All right. I think this gentleman here had, this guy over here in the front had his hand up first. Did you not? Oh, all right. Well, then we'll bring Chuck back up.
One more time. I wanted to talk about the political contributions and all the money that has exchanged hands over a number of years between developers, their representatives, and elected officials in Royal Oak and other politicians. When I first was aware of this Sheets project, within 30 seconds, I thought about the intersection and said, that's absurd. This could never get any legs or go forward. Obviously, you proved me wrong. You're giving them over $1 million. I studied the materials that were in the packet that's online, one of the most efficient presentations for a site plan I've ever seen. Even the city engineer says he needs a traffic study, an independent peer review. There's no documents to address the 9 criteria for a rezoning. There's no economic impact study to tell us what's going to happen in the nearby areas. It's not on there. It's not anywhere that the public can read and absorb and have a dutiful public comment at a public hearing. The fire department hasn't weighed in with a recommendation. What are they going to do when the traffic increases? How are those ambulances going to get to the people in the neighborhood? What about the police department? Do they have the resources to handle the calls for service that may occur at this facility? When you Google up Sheets, the list is endless, including a murder of a first responder. The traffic committee hasn't weighed in. The environmental impact study hasn't been done. There's nothing here to make a decision with. You're not competent to make a decision until you have competent evidence. This whole thing should be adjourned and have a public hearing at a later date. Maybe have it at the farmer's market where you can hold enough people and spend a whole day on this after getting all the proper information. Have a real public hearing where you send out notice. When you send it out within 300 feet, who gets it? We don't know of any single person who got the city's notice. Maybe someone did. The cemetery's on one side, the railroad tracks on the other. You know, we know that these things have happened in the past with the political contributions. And then when I look at the first page of the memorandum, my whole opinion changed. This project is moving forward. The mayor somehow has arranged to have one of his primary political contributors added to this development team, the architect Jason Krieger, who's all over the campaign finance statements and all of his clients. Is the next client Sheets going to be a political contributor to a politician, or all of them, or a lot of them? We don't know. Your last meeting was absurd demonstration of misfeasance and malfeasance. Limiting us to 3 minutes is absurd. I would like to challenge the people on this planning commission to debate me and give me equal time. Set up a special meeting.
All right. Thank you very much.
Hours and televise it.
Thank you very much.
More than 3 minutes is needed.
Okay, that was clearly an agenda item, so I'm going to remind people again, this is for non-agenda items. We're not taking extra time. We're all sharing the time. We share the time with the other citizens. So I see a hand there. Come on up and give your presentation, introduce yourself, and give your presentation on a non-agenda item.
Okay, before I start my time, I just want to clarify about the non-agenda item. I'm going to address item 5A. It's an agenda item, but it doesn't have a public comment, so I think I would talk about that now, right?
We would do that at the time. Our practice has been to allow people to have public comment even on the site plan.
Okay. I'd like to just go ahead with it if I
Go
may.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Trish Oliver. I'm a longtime Royal Oak resident. I am speaking on your item 5A to set a public hearing on the proposed master plan. As you know, because we've advised many, many times here, the one-family, single-family residential land use category with its protections has still been eliminated from the master plan, instead substituting the term neighborhood residential, which is code, for allowing a variety of new high-density rental units, including duplexes, apartment buildings, and accessory dwelling units that are currently not allowed in one-family zones. A simple solution to our concerns is to just put the term one family or single family back in the master plan. If the intention is really to protect single family neighborhoods, then you should just have no problem putting the term back in the plan, not just in the text of the master plan, but back in the future land use map and categories. In addition, Royal Oak commissioners and the mayor like to claim that there's been robust public engagement. However, if you compare this new draft's engagement to that of the one 20 years ago, there are many important differences. The current list of public engagement that is posted to the website references such flimsy items as the fact that a header on the city's website was changed, and the Planning Commission met with the consultant. In contrast, 20 years ago, there was 36 true public input meetings, most of which took place after the first draft was published and were scheduled at various large venue locations such as the senior center, the middle school, the high school, the women's club, Baldwin Theater, the library auditorium, and OCC auditorium. In fact, that commission went out into the various corners of the city and met people where they live. This is to propose that the master plan be placed on the ballot due to the fake public input process. The only remaining chance for true public input is the vote of the public. The process has been designed to suppress or ignore any input that would save our single-family neighborhoods, which has been an authoritarian effort to suppress the right to a spirited debate as protected by the U.S. Constitution, and has included improperly negating what a citizen has said after his public comment. After all, public comment isn't a debate, it's an opportunity for residents to give input to robust community discussion, and also has even included unevenly applying the 3-minute rule to public commenters. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Once again, I want to say you might please stick to non-agenda items, because when you get to the item, you're going to have a chance to talk. So please don't try to jump ahead. Anybody has a non-agenda item, come on up. If not, we'll get into the, okay, non-agenda item.
My name is Michael Saroff. I live in Farmington Hills, attorney with What's Along, offices in Troy and Detroit. My question is an inquiry to you, and if you have a reaction, I'd love to hear it, but does anybody on this body have a problem with the fact that a elected official is a consultant for the company in his own jurisdiction? And I'm talking about the chair of the Oakland County Commission. That's a question to you, and I'd appreciate your reaction either now or later on in the hearing.
All right.
What was that?
I'll grant you, that was a non-agenda item. Okay. Anybody else for a non-agenda item? Okay, well, over here.
Word. Are you going to answer?
Okay, please. It's not, I don't want to hear catcalls or questions. I explained earlier how the process works. I can do it again, but.
Nancy Poprovsky. I'm standing here happy to see people coming out to take care of their city. Not any corner, empty lot, or vacant building should become something worse than it was because a developer, architect, lawyer, or official thinks that's the only alternative. Rome was not built in a day, but Royal Oak is becoming quickly overdeveloped, and residents need to support each other, not just for their neck of the woods, but for all of us. Many of our neighbors are already suffering from monster buildings next door looking in their windows. Royal Oak has projects coming with no elevators in almost 4-story buildings, excluding the handicapped, seniors, and moms with strollers, etc. Also expensive 10-story buildings with absolutely no parking on site. Unbelievable, but true. Hundreds of old, irreplaceable legacy trees gone in an instant, some promised by the developers they would keep. They tore them down. To make matters worse, the developer got a slap on the wrist or minor penalty for destroying nature. These are real stories happening now in our city of Royal Oak. To the residents, please keep asking our city officials to stop the overdevelopment before Royal Oak is no longer treasured. And sadly, the fight isn't over. Please, please read the master plan. And gosh darn it anyway, Commission, nobody should be prejudiced. But I'm not worried about a $14 billion Sheets Corporation. I'm worried about my fellow Royal Oakers' quality of life.
All right. All right. Non-agenda item.
Right. Nasser Siddiqui, MDPA. Again, as the gentleman prior to the last talker, if there are any elected officials serving Royal Oak that have a conflict of interest with the petitioner, it should be publicly disclosed prior to any vote taking place tonight. Thank you.
All right.
Non-agenda, Lisa
Non-agenda,
Carnegie.
introduce yourself.
When are you going to get the elevators fixed in the parking structures? Seriously, what's up with that? It's been 5 years.
All right, thank you. Anybody else on a non-agenda item? Okay, I'm gonna, well, one more.
Mike Seville, 1105 Ottawa. You know, after the last 2024 election, I kind of said to myself, it's kind of useless me coming to these meetings. I have a problem with developers contributing to the mayor and the commissioner's slush fund. Okay? I'm going to say it straight out. I know. Foreigner, here, I'm here. Okay, pay attention to me, not him. Okay? Yeah, well, I want you to listen. I don't want you to talk. Okay, come on, guys. Do you vote no on anything and vote towards the elected officials who put you in office? You only won by 33% of the vote. I don't know what newspaper you had that said you won by a landslide, but that's not that's not how I tabulated it. Second of all, I'm going to approach the bench. I got some paperwork. I wrote a letter to the city of Royal Oak about the heavy construction, 164,000 tons, pictures and everything. I sent it to the city manager. I sent it to the assistant city manager. I sent it to the highway department. I asked to somebody contact me and address the issue. Nothing. I sent emails, I sent letters, but I think what's happening here is I'm not paying enough money. Now, I have pictures of semis making left turns onto no commercial traffic off of Ferris Avenue. You'll see on my letter that I've added it to my legal fund, my file. If somebody gets hurt in that residential area, I'm going to hold the planning commission and the mayor responsible. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would just like to defend and clarify that the mayor does not have a slush fund. I knew tonight we were gonna.
Okay.
Oh, I thought I had the floor.
Hold on. Okay, people, I'm gonna tell you, and some of you people are new here or haven't been here before. Other people have heard the same spiel. This is a quasi-judicial process. We have statutes and ordinances that govern our process up here, okay? And we're going to hear from everybody. We want to hear, it's essential that we hear from all the stakeholders, including the petitioners and the staff and the public. We want to hear from everybody. Everybody's got to take their turn, and they have to be respectful, okay? Or it's going to take forever, and it's not going to get anywhere. And I can tell you something, I'm only speaking for myself here, but I want to be clear about this. I listen when I hear something that is focused on what we're talking about. If you're using your 3 minutes as we go forward to talk about personal issues or political issues that don't have to do with the process and the project, you're wasting your time with me. I filter those things out. I don't listen to any of them, okay? I want to know about this project, your opinion, your facts, your experience that are relevant to this project. Again, I'm just speaking for me. You're going to waste your time if that's what you're talking about, anything other than the project, okay? And as we go forward, I'm asking you not to hoot and holler. This is not a football game. I want you to be respectful to each other. And again, it's not fair for you to be hooting and hollering and clapping and being disruptive. You're taking more time than your 3 minutes. That's all I'm asking you to do. All right.
So, Chair, just one thing to clarify, and I appreciate that. And what I was going to say is,
okay.
So
Let's
that's
not do
disorderly. So folks, I mean, I figured that, you know, as we have at the Planning Commission, lots of developments that come up here, we usually see the same set of folks that come up and make statements that are blatantly slanderous and false. And what I wanted to say before the chair had to get the meeting back in order is that has no merit or binding on what we're trying to decide up here. You're wasting valuable time where you could be explaining your concerns about a particular project or a particular issue. And to the extent, you're free to say whatever you want. Call me whatever you want. Call names. If that makes you feel good, go for it. I mean, I don't take it personally. It's the role that I have. And if people want to use me as their last punching bag, go for it. But I don't think it helps the narrative. There's a lot of people in this room here that have serious concerns about the projects that are before us, and you distract when you don't stay focused on those projects or discussions on those projects. So what I would say is stick to the facts. It's better for everybody, but feel free, attack me as you want and do whatever if it makes you feel better, but I don't think it helps anybody in this room, so.
All right, let's proceed. Oh, we lost Mr. Twing, but all right. So, all right, we're closing the public comment. We're going on to the new business. The first part of the new business, we have staff over here, and I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. And Ms. Coy, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, please introduce yourself. The next order of business is the Capital Improvements Program.
All right. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, and Mayor. Glad to be here this evening. I'm Kim Coy, Finance Director, and I'm here to present to you the city's multi-year CIP. So that's fiscal year 25-26 through 30-31, and to provide a brief overview of the plan and the process. So the CIP is the main planning tool for the city's capital improvement program. And this year I'm happy to report that our departments have spent a significant amount of time planning and developing their requests. And just as a reminder or a note to anyone not familiar with the process, the approval of the plan is the first step. And upon adoption, the plan acknowledges that it is a reasonable interpretation of the city's capital and infrastructure needs across a relevant time span and in accordance with the city's master plan, and it is the first step in the process. In addition to the master plan, there are a number of plans and documents that are considered in preparation of the CIP. This includes, but it's not limited to, the master plan for land use, strategic plan, water system master plan, parks and rec master plan, and just to name a few. They're all listed in the CIP book on document page 1. And to give you all a brief overview of the plan, the first funding year, fiscal year 25 through 26, includes a proposed total of $27.7 million. And across the life of the plan, it's approximately $197.7 million. It includes funding for all of our strategic areas. That includes reliable infrastructure, welcomed, engaged, and livable communities, environmental leadership, safe, healthy, and just cities, and efficient and effective services. And also, as in previous years, I will just add that not all of the projects in the plan can be funded this year. Some may be deferred into a future year. This is due to available funding, staffing capacity, and the need to maintain the existing project schedules for previously approved projects. although we will obviously do our best to do as many projects as are feasible. And then over the past few years, we've also made some changes and improvements to the process on the staff side. We've implemented OpenGov, which I know that you have all seen the previous year, but this is an integrated system that we use to create our budget book. And it also has a section for the CIP that allows us to compile all of our proposals in a central location. And it's important to note that the CIP will also be a focal point during our upcoming budget meetings with our departments over the next few weeks. And there will also be additional opportunities for city leadership to review and discuss these plans and relay these insights to the commission. So with that said, I know you've all received the book. I did want to give an overview of the plan and the process, but if you have any questions or comments for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Are there questions for Ms. Coy about the capital improvements program? All right. So what's on the table for us is to send the, oh, we got to hold a public hearing, okay. All right, sorry about that. All right, we are opening the public comment on the capital improvements program. Come on up. Oh, sorry, he had his hand up, sorry.
Oh, let Mr. Chuck go first.
I'm sorry. I was already halfway up here.
That's all right.
I'm Charles Semchina. Just for the record, I was a former city attorney. I was elected for 4 years in Royal Oak. A capital improvements program usually accompanies the most important document called the master plan so that it conforms, one document conforms with the other. You guys don't even discuss those aspects of it, but there's an important aspect that we need to know about right now, and it's related to the capital improvements plan, the master plan, and the project in front of you tonight, because your engineer had asked for a traffic study. There was one provided, paid for by the Sheets organization, but it's flawed because it does not include any of the future master plan changes. It doesn't contemplate what's in this capital improvement project. Right in those documents, it talks about narrowing 14 Mile Road to do a study. If that's going to happen, it has to be in the capital improvements plan. Why is, I'm not sure if it's in there or not. I was looking for it, but it needs to be in there. If it's going to be in there, then the traffic studies that are being requested need to contemplate what's going to happen after a road like 14 Mile is narrowed when you put a Sheets in there. Looking at the historical data for the incidents of crashes is insufficient when there's an empty building at the corner not creating any traffic. Now you're going to have a Sheets, and it looks like one of many roads in that area that are narrowed that somehow we're going to be paying for with tax money, but the tax money won't come from Sheets because that's all sort of recaptured and enhances the value of their property by cleaning up the environmental contamination. So you guys are a bundle of misfeasance and malfeasance. You're not even talking about the important issues as we move forward, agenda item by agenda item. And I'm serious when I say the 7 of you should schedule a meeting with me with equal time. I'll debate all 7 of you who are up on this board about every issue you talked about tonight. I just demand equal time. And let's do it tomorrow night and put it on the government access channel.
All right. That was another bite at the Sheets apple. I just want to point that out. All right, come on up. Introduce yourself.
Again, my name is PG, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-832-2799. I just want to give Mr. Chuck a round of applause for what he said. I ditto everything that he said. It is just unbelievable that, as he indicated, that you could talk about something so important and leave out so many details and not look at some of the decisions that you're going to make, the ramifications of those decisions, and the fact that it's not in this capital improvement report. So when you talk about narrowing the road, does that mean that you're going to change the weight requirement that you allow on these roads? Or is that something that the state is going to deal with? I'm just going to caution all of you tonight to just not be so quick to show your name badges up there and what you do. Think about what the people are asking you. Questions are good. Anytime a petitioner comes to a city and say, I don't have to answer the questions of the people, that should tell you something right there. So if they don't want to talk to constituents, they may not want to talk to you. I'm just saying. I don't have a whole lot else to say about the capital improvements, but if you're talking about that, everything needs to be included in that. And is it really a report if you don't have everything in it? Just remember, the citizens are at the top of the organizational chart. And Mr. Clyde, I'm going to forgive you for your outburst. And all of God's people will say, amen.
All right. We are talking about the capital improvements plan. Please proceed about the capital improvements plan.
Announcer Siddiqui, MDPA. I would also like to honor Chuck for his bold speech here, and I would recommend everybody on the board and everybody in the audience visit protectroyaloak.com for any information going forward. And again, if there are any elected officials serving Royal Oak that have a conflict of interest with the petitioner tonight, it should be publicly disclosed prior to any vote taking place.
Okay. If there are anybody out there wants to speak about the capital improvements plan program, then I would ask you to come up. If you want to talk about sheets or something else, please wait until that comes up. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment on the capital improvements program. Are there any further questions for Ms. Coy from the commission?
One thing I noticed, there's some improvements along 11 Mile. I think, we had talked previous meetings, the planned construction on 696, that's going to take place of shutting that down. Is that something that we talk about? I know this is budget, but as far as construction-wise, any of that work taking place, because I'm sure those arteries are going to be utilized as a detour for those next 2 years of trying to update infrastructure of getting trashed by construction traffic or heavier traffic on those roads during that time. I'm just thinking back to when 696 was initially done and how bad 11 Mile got tattered.
I'm not aware of the details specifically in relation to 696. It's something that I could look into, though, and get back to the commission on.
Okay.
All right. Are there other questions? Mr. Gantina.
I just have a quick question that probably has a pretty simple answer. When we look at the expenditures by category, the very first table in the report, if you look at the out years, 3031 under city-owned facilities, you're carrying a dollar value of $0 there. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Just curious as to why we're not carrying any dollars for those out year programs for city buildings, but we're still carrying dollars for all the other categories. Or is that just a typo?
It's not a typo. It has to do with the timing of the projects. If there are repairs or projects where they fall earlier in the life of the project, this just happens to be one of those categories where there's heavier numbers up front.
So currently none of the projects that are being contemplated extend out past that time period, basically is?
Not for the facilities.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Coy about the capital improvements program from the commissioners? Mr. Ellison.
Just a comment for us up here and those out there. If you look at the capital improvement plan, look at the date, because you talked about the 11 Mile. That's not scheduled to start until 26, 28. So it's 2 years down the line. So, yeah. So it's important. Just because they're listed on this list here, it doesn't mean they're happening next year. They're projected out.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions for Ms. Coy or comments about the plan, or program, I should say? Okay, seeing none, I think I can safely
There
thank...
is a suggested resolution.
Oh, there we go again. I went
packet.
out of order. I tried to do this first, and I forgot about it. Okay, so what's on the table for us is we have to approve the capital improvement program for the year and recommend its adoption to the city commission. So it's a recommendation to the city commission once again. Is there a motion on this to recommend or not recommend the capital improvements program?
I would like to make a motion to approve and send to city council.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second by Mr. Ellison? Yes, there is. So the motion is to approve and send it to city council with the recommendation. Is there further discussion on this issue? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. I think we can call for a voice vote here. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes, and we're recommending the program to go to the city commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. All right, now we are moving, what did I do with my agenda? Okay, we are on new business, item B, public hearing on conditional rezoning for 3200 West 14 Mile Road. Mr. Twing, is there, oh, you have a...
Chair, a thought. I expect that this item will consume a large amount of time. We have 4 other items on the agenda after that. Would we like to offer those applicants the opportunity to postpone their appearance or their presentation to us until a subsequent meeting? Because otherwise they're going to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Very likely. So what do any other comments from the commissioners on that? Mr. Gantino?
Yeah, and looking at all the agenda items, of the 4 remaining, other than the one that we're currently on, 3 of those are public hearings. The last item does not require a public hearing. I tend to concur with Commissioner Douglas to at least give the applicants that are later in the agenda an opportunity to reschedule or postpone, because I suspect with the bulk of the rest of our agenda all being public hearings that out of fairness, it just may be a while before we get to those ones at the end.
Okay. Anybody opposed to that? Oh, Mr. Ellison.
Not opposed, just a reminder that these were published notices, public hearing. So people have already been notified by the letter that the hearing was going to happen this date.
Yeah.
So if we postpone it, then we have to re-notify for the new date.
All right, I think the idea is that if you're a petitioner and you're here and you were planning on being home by 11 o'clock or something, and you don't care if you push it to the next month, that there would be that petitioner would say, okay, I can come back next month, because we don't know the circumstances of the other petitioners, right? That's all we're doing, is saying, do any of the other petitioners want to come back next month? That's what we would ask.
As long as we understand we have to renotice.
Yeah,
Okay.
we understand that.
Do you want to call them off one by one, Gary?
I guess I could do that. I see there's a gentleman here. Are you one of the petitioners?
I am.
Come on up. Come on up, introduce yourself, and you can, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to appreciate the chance to make a comment. I think I'm the next item on the agenda. Should be a quick matter. Is there any way to rearrange the schedule? In which case I could go right before the next, just go right in front?
That wasn't the offer. Unless the commissions want to make a motion or something. Mr. Ellison.
I hesitate to do that because all those people have been waiting too.
Yeah, I mean, we have a full agenda, and we just thought that somebody might not care if they go tonight, and so we just wanted to
So
make
the offer is that I would just come back next month?
Yeah, and if you didn't want to wait, because it is going to be, I think, a long meeting.
Okay. That's fine. Hopefully they can take that under consideration in considering the request.
Okay, I'm sorry, which request? Your petition?
Yeah, my petition next month that I had to wait a month for the to make the request.
Okay, well, I think we'll consider it on the merits, is what we'll do. It was just out of courtesy that we made the offer, because, you know, it might get to be 12:30 at night, and you say, boy, I wish somebody would have told me I can come back.
That's a fair point. So, well, I'll accept the offer. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna postpone, you are the,
1423 Greenleaf, that's
okay,
right.
so we're gonna postpone you until next month, and we're gonna renotice, and we can do that.
We do need a motion to postpone.
Okay. What do you got?
I move that we postpone item number 4C, public hearing on 1423 Greenleaf till next meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, he was quicker than you. Okay, so, all right, is there discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, you're postponed till next month. We'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so that's one petitioner. Is there any other petitioner being, let's see, we got pickleball, and we got Pleiades, and we've got trademark. Does anybody else want to take the offer? Okay, we're gonna proceed then. All right. Did I pronounce that wrong?
You did, but it's pretty funny.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was a dance studio or whatever, but anyways. Okay, back to the focus here. So we're now going to go into the public hearing on the conditional rezoning for the 14-mile project, and I think Mr. Hedges is going to give us a little overview going into the discussion.
Yeah, I can give you a brief review of the staff report that you've been provided. What the petitioner is proposing is to divide the property at 3200 West 14 Mile Road into 3 separate parcels, so parcel A, B, and C, and then rezone parcels A and B from general industrial to general business as a conditional rezoning. Parcel C would remain with its current zoning of general industrial. Under state law, the petitioners may voluntarily offer in writing, and the city may approve certain uses and development of property as a condition to rezoning land. Those conditions must be offered voluntarily by a petitioner. The city cannot require conditions as a prerequisite to rezoning property. Again, as per the state law, the conditions proposed by the petitioner should result in a recognizable material benefit to the city that would unlikely be achieved otherwise under the site's existing zoning. Under an application for a conditional rezoning, the city may waive required code and ordinance standards to feel the conditions proposed by the petitioner and the benefits that would result outweigh the need to meet such standards. There is a site plan that's included as part of a conditional rezoning. The site plan as proposed by the petitioner would be for the following 3 uses. On parcel A, there would be an automobile filling station that would have a convenience store with sales of packaged alcoholic beverages and outdoor sales and displays. The building would also contain a standard restaurant with a drive-through facility and an outdoor cafe. And again, all of that would be on parcel A. Parcel B would include an automatic car wash. And on parcel C, there would be an addition proposed to an existing maintenance building that's at the rear of the property that would then be used by the adjacent Clover Hill Park Cemetery. The reasons precipitating the request for the rezoning is that the uses proposed for parcels A and B are generally not permitted within the city's general industrial zoning district. The parcels would therefore need to be rezoned to allow those uses in a district where they are permitted, such as general business. And again, parcel C would remain zoned general industrial, as its use as a maintenance building by the cemetery would not be permitted in general business. Therefore, it would have to retain its existing zoning. As part of the application materials, a traffic study was prepared and submitted by the petitioner. We have noted in our staff report that the engineering division is concerned about the changing of the signal timings, the intersection of Coolidge Highway and West 14 Mile Road, specifically that what impact they might have elsewhere on other signals throughout the 14 Mile Road corridor. It is suggested by them that the Planning Commission may want to consider having the city's traffic consultant
perform a peer review of the traffic study and its traffic model prior to forwarding any recommendation on the conditional rezoning and site plan to the City Commission. As part of the conditional rezoning, the petitioner is seeking waivers to the following zoning ordinance standards. The height to width ratios for all 3 buildings, foundation landscaping for parcel A, illumination levels on parcel A, and loading space locations on parcels A and B. All of those standards are under if the application was for just a regular site plan review, those are all standards that the Planning Commission has the authority to waive or modify during site plan review. It wouldn't have required variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals. But since the application is a conditional rezoning, they must be listed and included in any conditional zoning agreement that would be approved as part of the application. On one of those waivers, the Planning Division is recommending that the fuel pump canopy lighting be revised to comply with required standards. The zoning ordinance permits a maximum illumination level of 10-foot candles at any point on the property. However, according to the petitioner's plan sheets, there are levels of up to 35-foot candles underneath the proposed canopy. Therefore, we would recommend that no waiver be considered for that and that the lighting for the fuel pump canopy be modified accordingly. They are also seeking waivers to certain sign requirements on parcels A and B. And again, if this were a regular site plan review, that would require a separate sign variance application to this body. But as part of a conditional rezoning application, they can be, like the zoning ordinance waivers, included in the conditional zoning agreement. What is before this body is a recommendation on the conditional rezoning and site plan. Your recommendation would then be forwarded to the City Commission, who would have the final say on both issues. Any motion on the conditional zoning should reference the applicable criteria in section 770-129 of the zoning ordinance, specifically subparagraphs A through I, in any motion on the conditional rezoning, be it a recommendation to approve or to deny.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Hedges or any other staff member? All right, there's one.
I'm sorry, yes. The city required the proposer to conduct a traffic study, and we've seen the results of that here. So is the city also further recommending, you spoke of a peer review, so that, how would that differ, what purpose would that serve?
Again, the engineering division is concerned about some of the recommendations in that study on the signal timings for the adjacent intersection. They are concerned that there may be some impacts on other signals and traffic throughout the 14-mile corridor. They are suggesting that if it is desired by the Planning Commission to have that study reviewed by our city's traffic consultant to see if their concerns are legitimate or if what the petitioner's plan is suggesting would not be of a concern. They're suggesting this on the basis we don't have traffic engineers on staff, or engineering division, or civil engineers. Therefore, them noting that it's concern to them and that this is a significant redevelopment at a major intersection with already high traffic volumes and traffic incidents, that they have them look at it to determine whether or not what they're suggesting is acceptable.
So is the implication of that that if we conducted our own study, that we would refine what was recommended? Because, I mean, if we have a traffic study here. It appears to use generally accepted engineering standards. If, say, we were to approve this plan and then an independent peer-reviewed traffic study said, oh, no, where does that leave us?
Depends on what action you take. You could include the condition and any recommendation for approval to the city commission that the peer review by the city's traffic consultant be done before it goes to the city commission. You could also, if you wish, to postpone any action on a recommendation until the peer review is completed and you have a chance to review it before making any recommendation. In a sense, it's up to the commission how you would like to proceed on doing that.
Very good. Thanks for the information.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Hedges or other staff? Just to clarify for the record, so the question that Commissioner Douglas asked sort of spoke to this. You're recommending there's a peer review, but in your recommendation here in the report, you're saying we recommend you do it after the meeting tonight, but you're saying we could alter that. But that's your recommendation at the moment.
Well, I'll jump a little bit in on the discussion. You've got to make it a determination as part of the conditional rezoning that the proposed uses are acceptable and should be allowed at this location. If that's your first determination, one of the concerns that was raised by engineering was simply the traffic study was done and said it had a acceptable level of service. Their thought was to have a peer review of that study and either concur or not concur and come up with those recommendations. That, since you're not the deciding body on this, you're recommending forward, our thought was if you believe that the uses are something you would recommend approval of, you could forward that subject to the peer review and move forward. If you believe these uses are not acceptable or should not be allowed here, you can simply recommend denial for whatever reasons you've come to that determination. Or the third option, obviously, is you could say it's an acceptable proposed use, but you want to see the peer review rather than simply having the city commission deal with it. So from staff's standpoint, we didn't see the need for a delay in the having that peer review come back to this body, but that's up to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I just have a question with regards to just traffic study in general. Do we know that the general standard practice for how long it takes to do an adequate review? Looking at what was done, it looks like it was conducted on a random Wednesday between basically peak hours only.
I do not know what it would entail.
And then also
that not being a traffic engineer, that's
okay. And then also looking at it too, it looks like there was a recommendation even in this traffic study to add a right turn deceleration taper along westbound 14 Mile. And I don't see that in the site plan.
I believe that was one of the items engineering requested that they remove from the site plan, but the petitioner can verify that.
All right. Any other questions before we bring the petitioner up? Okay, let's do it. Come on up. This is the conditional rezoning. Introduce yourself again for the record, your whole team who's going to speak, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you're seeking.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening. Excited to be here. Might be the vibe in the room's a little rough, but it's been a long time to get here, so I'm excited to be here. Again, Steve Robinson. I'm the Vice President of Acquisitions and Development for Broder Saxe Real Estate. We are the current owners of the property, and I think despite some confusion, we are the petitioner. So I'll just clear that up. Give you just a little bit background on my experience with this property and how we've come to where we are this evening. So this property has been on the market for several years. When Klein Fogg decided to build a facility in another community and abandon this facility and move out. When we first walked the building, actually, they were still operating when the first time I walked the building, and the inside of the building is kind of a disaster. I don't know if anybody's ever been in here. I have some pictures, but we don't have a thing. So we had tarps from the ceiling with garden hoses coming down, so when it rained, the guys could continue to work without getting wet. And they didn't want to spend any money on this building because they were building a new facility. So we kind of really early on decided that this would be a difficult or a challenging building to try to save. As a result of my views on the building, another developer came in and tied the building up and decided to proceed forward. Now that developer had plans for a residential development. Unfortunately, as you hear the brownfield discussion earlier, if we had to clean this up to generic residential contact criteria, that would be the bill for that would be significantly more than the bill to clean up for the proposed uses. So we kind of eliminated residential, given the railroad tracks, given the contamination issues. We didn't think that residential was the right direction to go with this. When we first looked at the project from a retail standpoint, it's kind of an odd location. It's not someplace where we might put destination retail. Destination retail is typically, locating up along Coolidge Highway there to the north, in where there's synergy with other destination retailers to the north. So we looked at it as potential industrial building, either saving the building or demolishing the building. On saving the building, I think if we were to talk about a traffic study and we said we were going to build a 72,000 square foot industrial facility on 14 Mile Road with no lighted access, and the two driveways that are going to come out right in the middle of your turn lanes that are currently there, and we're going to haul, steel in and stainless steel parts back out again. And that traffic study, I guarantee you, I would have never in a million years gotten approved. So the first thing we looked at is, this intersection's a mess. How do we fix the intersection and put a fourth leg on it, just like there's a fourth leg on the northbound, east of the railroad tracks going northbound. There's a fourth leg going to the south. So when we looked at the opportunity to do industrial, we would have had to demo this building because the driveways don't line up, and we could have never, we figured we had to put a fourth leg on. The industrial opportunities at this location were really boiled down to last mile distribution. And that's the hottest thing in industrial right now. We did not think that was the right use for this location. That is 110%. Destination traffic. People are coming off the highway, driving their semis, in, dropping off their materials. Another semi is coming in, picking it up and delivering it back out. And we just didn't feel like that was the right use. So what we decided on was we thought the most appropriate use was convenience retail. So something that is on the travel way, people that are driving down 14 Mile Road, either eastbound or westbound, north off of Coolidge, would stop in for convenience retail, whether it be for food, for fuel, for C-store, for car wash. Those are all uses that are typically taking the passerby off the road, servicing them, and putting them back on the road. This is not less than a destination location where someone might get in their car from South Royal Oak, might drive all the way up to North Coolidge to go to the Target. They don't do that for gas. They go to the gas station that they drive by. So that's where we ended up on this plan. When we first did the site plan, and the first thing we did before we actually closed the property was do a traffic study to make sure, to validate that this was something that could actually be developed. So it's the first time in my career I've ever done a traffic study on a piece of property that I didn't own. Typically we wait for the community to dictate that. But we knew that was going to be a critical component of the function of this property. So we did it really, really early. When we decided that the uses, we took the uses out to market. We met with a lot of different users. Some of them are probably represented here this evening by their lobbyist groups in opposition. And we met with those groups, and we had a lot of groups that looked at doing gas stations here. We had some locals, we had some nationals. Not just Sheetz, we had other people. We decided to go with Sheetz. We liked their product, and some of the other guys just didn't didn't have the wherewithal to do this type of project. And we took the same thing, we went out to a mass market on the car wash and landed with our current car wash tenant. I think it's really important, though, as we move forward, as we look at this as a use, and I think that probably in your careers as planning commission members, you've been through enough hearings where someone came to you and said, I'm doing this, isn't this great? And you had to make a decision that said, it's not the name on the building that we're approving, it's the use and it's the site plan. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're talking about the use and we're talking about our site plan, not necessarily the name on the side of the building. We could change the name of the side of the building. There are people in this room that would love to have their name on the side of this building, but we're going with who we have. I think that from a rezoning standpoint, I don't know if my time comes back after the public hearing, or if you want me to wrap it up, the whole presentation.
What we're listening for is your entitlement and your pitch to us. You will, after you're done, and after we have discussion and public comment, what will happen almost undoubtedly is you'll be called back up.
Yeah, okay. And during that period, I think it may be appropriate for me to address the 8 items, or if you wanted me to address the 8 items now.
I think you can do it now.
Okay. All right. And as it relates to the master plan, we did have conversations very early with the city relative to the property and the master plan, not only the 2012 master plan, but also the current master plan that's circulating. I think this body just recommended, where this is as designated as an activity center and no longer identified as industrial. So we do think that this site is definitely consistent with that. The site's physical, geological, hydrological, and environmental it's basically a dead flat site. There's no environmental features to this site that would be prohibitive. We have no wetland permits or anything else like that. Geotechnically, the site is sound. There's no issue with foundations. The issue that we do have is environmental, as we talked about. Anything that gets developed on this site would require environmental remediation. The environmental rules have changed. This building is no longer occupiable under current environmental regulation. We'd have to put a whole sub-slab depressurization system to use this building as it sits today. The property is currently functionally obsolete, requires redevelopment. The proposed conditional rezoning is compatible with the surrounding land uses. We have a cemetery to the west, we have the railroad tracks to the east, we have a gas station to the southwest, and we have a industrial facility to the southeast, and we think that it fits in. We do have neighbors that will pass through these areas, and we understand, and we're anxious to hear their input and what impacts that might have on the neighbors and the surrounding communities, and we'll address those when we come back up. There is a demand for this at this location for both users. We had multiple companies that made proposals to us to develop this location, both fuel and convenience and restaurants and car wash. The requested zoning is consistent, was talked about with the future land use plan. Under the new plan, and the 2012 plan is a little sketchy, but under the new plan, I think we're very consistent with that. We think that the redesign of this intersection, given the fact that we've had semi-trucks coming in and out of this location with no traffic signal, and nothing to protect the public from trucks coming in and out of this site. We do think that the redevelopment of this site and the redevelopment of the light and straightening out this intersection, the installation of those recommendations of the traffic study, which we agree to, even if they're not reflected in our current plan, the deceleration lanes, the deceleration tapers, we agree to all of that stuff. I think with that, I'll turn it over. I think we have a lot of public comment to come, and we'll deal with it.
Okay, don't leave yet. Is there any questions for the petitioner from the panel here? Go ahead.
On the building you're putting in for use by the cemetery, the cemetery, you're putting the building storage for the cemetery, are you making access out of the cemetery property into that building?
We're currently working with the cemetery on that exact route. based on where their current
because
plots are.
What I did notice on the drawing is that there wasn't any access, and so we were forcing all the traffic back out on, back out on 14 Mile Road.
Yeah.
So if they're going to be
I
using
got the
it,
drawing, but it didn't make it up on top of the sheet.
okay.
So we're working with the cemetery right now in the city of Birmingham, which is on their side, on exactly the best route, given current plots and future plots sold. So we don't have identified the exact route yet. We were working on that after.
The intent is to give them access.
What's that?
The intent is to give access
The intent is to have direct access from the cemetery.
into the
to site.
cemetery, okay.
Okay, that takes all the vault deliveries and excavated
Yeah.
material that currently traverses through the neighborhood to get to the back where the facility is now. It's on the north side of the cemetery. That will eliminate that traffic into those neighborhoods.
Okay, and I'm going to get a clarification. So you have the north tip of the property. Is that building coming down, or are you keeping that building?
We're going to keep that building. We're going to remodel that building, put a slight addition on it, and we're going to use that as the new maintenance facility for the cemetery.
Okay, so are these folks then, you're going to have lease agreements with the cemetery, the sheets, and the car wash, 3 separate tenants?
Three separate tenants, not necessarily tenants. The car wash is going to be intended to be sold. The fuel station is intended to be a ground lease, and we're still in negotiations with the cemetery, just kind of depending on where we end up here.
Okay.
On the best way to structure it with them.
Okay, you don't have finalized that yet, but that's your plan?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any other questions at the moment? Commissioner Douglas?
So so you're done and we're going to go to public comment, or are there other details coming about the site?
I can provide more details about the site.
I have questions.
Yeah.
We heard earlier concern that you put a gas station here and in another 20 years it's going to leak like gas stations used to leak. What provisions will be taken to prevent that?
Well, I can speak to a couple things that if you want me to kind of tie up what we talked about a little bit earlier. When we purchased the property was contaminated by a prior user. This prior user goes back to the 40s. If you can imagine this building, I have an aerial picture of what this building looked like in the 40s. It was a basically industrial building surrounded by farms. Except for one gentleman here, I think he was probably living there at the time. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. That's so embarrassing. Charlene, can you repeat your question?
We've heard people say that,
Yes.
you're going to put a gas station here and all
Yeah.
gas stations leak, and 20 years from now, we'll be back with another brownfield to clean up this site. The case I made at the time was that contemporary gas stations are a lot better than old ones. Is that the case, and how do you prevent that further contamination?
Okay, for 2 things, and I'll let the gas station guys talk to tank monitoring and double wall tanks and containment systems and everything else. I think it's important to know that when we bought the property, we did what's called a baseline environmental assessment. That's one of the tools in our toolbox, along with brownfields, in order to redevelop these old industrial Midwest contaminated sites like Mr. Fournier had pointed out earlier. So what we do is we established, when we bought the property, the contamination that's in the ground today. So everything that's there has been documented. Part of our requirements under the BEA is to do due care. So we have to protect the public, even if we're leaving something in place. We have to protect the public through the pathways that our environmental engineer talked about earlier, eliminating those pathways, eliminating people from touching the dirt or playing in the dirt. And also, it requires us to separate any future problem from any past problem, okay? So we have done that and delineated those 2 things. I can tell you that if there is a problem, and certainly I'll let the guys tell you that there's not going to be one, it would be very identifiable as a new problem, and the problem would lie with the permit holder for the storage tank. If you guys want to jump in on the actual storage tank, I will let them take that.
Okay, please introduce yourself and Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alex Sawicki from Sheets. You could find me at 39300 West 12th Mile Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan. Commissioner Douglas, to answer your question about our fueling systems and the safety that they provide to the environment, we do maintain a nearly 100% technical compliance rate with the EPA, which, being good stewards of the environment, you would expect. But that is actually a rarity. In the state of Michigan, the average is like 70% compliant. So we maintain 100% via a variety of things. We have 2 full departments of people that are dedicated solely to the maintenance and ongoing efforts of our environmental protections. We have double wall tanks. We have all the sensors that you can think of. Monitoring interstitial spaces, sumps, we have stainless steel fittings, top notch. We far exceed the standards of the state of Michigan and every state that we operate in.
Thank you. So I have a couple other questions. I don't know if this is you or Mr. Robinson, but I just want to confirm that you will pay for all traffic, anything traffic that happens there, signalization,
Yes.
studies, timing, engineering, stacking lanes, all of that is you're paying for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question about stacking lanes. You've got a car wash there and you've got a residential drive-through. What data have you used to make sure that you've got adequate space there and people are not going to back up onto 14 Mile?
I mean, I'll let Chiefs deal with their drive-through stacking queue. I mean, generally on this design, we've learned over the past that the entry into the drive-through lane, the farther away from the main arterial road, the better. So you can see that, we've stacked, if you look at the stack for the car wash specifically, we stack it from the north. So you have to come in off of 14 Mile, traverse all the way to the back of the site to stack. So that way, if the stack backs up, it's backing up onto the site and not out on the 14 Mile road. I believe we have the same overflow capacity within the sheets. I don't know what their typical stack is. I think I don't know what your typical stack is.
Hello again. So we have sufficient stacking for our drive-through operations on this site. Our drive-through is not typical of what you have probably seen anywhere else. I cannot think of any other business that does it the way that we do, at least that I've seen personally. When you pull up to our drive-through, you're not talking to a person. You actually reach your arm out and you touch on the touch screen to order exactly what you want, which is the same process that we do inside of our stores. Our menus are highly customizable, so you're able to order exactly how you want. It's also important to note that our drive-thrus are there to offer a convenience to our customer. So that's kind of the name of our game, offering and the ultimate convenience, anything the customer could possibly want. And it's actually a very small portion of our business. So this is not a drive-through that you would see at some other high volume drive-through related chicken establishments, for example. Our peak hour during lunchtime, you're going to see about 8 cars an hour, and we have sufficient stacking to have that in any given minute, let alone the entire hour.
Very good, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, other questions for the petitioners? Mr. Cooper.
Just have another question with regards to stacking as well.
Come on, back up. You got to put this on the
might
record.
not necessarily be sheets, this might be all. So again, the car wash concern, you've got one access coming in, which is an easement for all 3 parcels. So if you're stacking past for the car wash, you're now blocking the easement, which is access to the drive-through, which is access to the storage unit in the back. I'm looking at just traffic concerns of people cutting through in the wrong way, a bit of confusion with that map as it sits.
I mean, I believe that our stack on that car wash is far in excess of any ordinance requirement. I mean, it's far in excess of what like Tommy's has as far as number of cars, in the stack. I think that typically you would see a car wash like this access directly off of the main arterial road, which we've avoided here. So we're actually spending significant sums of money to make this more functional. We did not come to you and say, we just want to put a driveway for our car wash out on a 14-mile road and a driveway for our fuel station out on a 14-mile road. That's not a cheap piece of infrastructure that we're putting in there, and we're doing that to really protect 14-mile road and the internal function of the development. We're very comfortable with it.
All right, hold on, don't go away. I got a question for you. First of all, I'm going to ask if anybody else has a question. I have a question for you. You have anything? Okay, here's my question. I should have asked this before. So you were talking about other potential land leaseors or establishments that were coming to you. I'm just curious, are you doing any market studies, or do the people who are coming to you do the market study and say, hey, we've done a market study, we think this is good for our business?
Yeah, I believe that in my experience, and I'm not a gas station developer necessarily, so my understanding is that there's fuel studies. I can't speak for how Sheets determine this location. I can talk to some of the other groups that we work with. They do a fuel study that's based on, the drive-by traffic, proximity to other, and it comes up with how many gallons a day or how many gallons a month or whatever it is they're going to sell. And I think that's what they base their model on, and apparently this model is extremely well.
Okay, that's not you, because you're leasing it out. It's those people coming to you. Okay.
Yeah, as the master developer, I have this harebrained scheme to do what you're seeing on the screen. And then I have to go find tenants that agree that I had the right idea. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I come up with a harebrained idea and nobody shows. So.
Okay, very good. You answered my question. Okay, Mr. Grantina.
So my question's to, I guess, the master developer, right? So the overall site itself, and then there may be the potential answers to come from your end users. So my focus is always going to be around sustainability. This one's a little bit more of a difficult one in the sense that, I would love to see this be an EV charging station versus a gas station. But I'm also very practical in understanding that the need for filling stations will be with us for at least our lifetimes anyways. So from that perspective, my thought is if we accept that this is a service to the community here, can we do it in a way that's the least impactful? So from a sustainability perspective, speaking just to the overall site, and then we'll maybe give your end users an opportunity to speak as well. Can you talk us through any considerations you gave to sustainability when coming up with this site plan? And I'll give you a freebie. You don't have to include the remediation of the site. Okay. Anything beyond that?
I think the main thing we're doing on this site is, just taking this building down and straightening up the location. As far as on-site, it's a pretty challenging piece of property relative to, the contamination. I guess you're eliminating that from my answer. So other than we can talk to, I'm gonna let Sheets respond relative to the EV question.
Good evening. Thank you for your question. So while we understand that fuel is typically not put into the same bucket as environmental sustainability, we are also very excited to be able to offer EV at this site in the future. We work with a variety of third-party partners, so Tesla, EVgo, Electrify America, Iona, among many others that provide a business of charging platforms for electric vehicles. And what we do is with every single project, we're a trusted partner of them. We have nearly 800 locations across 7 states now. We propose a site plan to all of these partners, and we see whether these third-party businesses are interested. Unfortunately, there are no third parties that are interested to put charging facilities at this location in Royal Oak. However, Sheets is working on its own R&D to develop our own EV charging platform. That way we don't have to rely on these third-party businesses in the future. And we are very interested in doing that here in Royal Oak. And we've actually designed this site plan so that they are essentially EV ready. So conduits in the ground, appropriate grading. That way we don't have to come and tear up the lot. Once we have an appropriate charger, we can pop it down and you're good to go.
So with respect to the EVs then, can you walk me through if the infrastructure is going in as part of the original project, if at some point in the future you do implement a solution, where on this site plan would those chargers be located?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you see our drive-through canoe on the west side in between the proposed Sheets building and the proposed cemetery maintenance building, you'll see that there are 6 parking spaces right there, 6 or 7. Those would be the dedicated EV spots.
And again, that infrastructure is going in day one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it.
And don't go away, I have just a clarification. I'm looking at the current site plan, and the whole thing is almost all impermeable except along 14 Mile Road. Does your plan have more or less, surface that will absorb water?
Are you talking about relative to the current?
Yeah.
We'll have more open space. That site is 100%, almost 100% impervious right now. The whole backyard's concrete, paved, the whole thing's paved.
All right. All right, thanks. All right. I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we move forward here? Mr. Cantino.
Just real quick, for my own clarification on this side. We're currently just discussing the conditional rezone. We have yet to get to the site plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a lot of questions are confused.
Well,
What's that?
I mean, they're tied together. This isn't like a special land use permit where that's done first and the site plan. Secondly, a conditional rezoning and the site plan are all tied into one motion.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. All right. Very good. Oh, another question.
Well, so with that being said, I do have more questions then. With regards to, again, going back to sustainability, but also one of the things that was pointed out by staff with respect to the photometric plans and the light spillage. You know, the site itself in general has a fair amount of site lighting. Obviously, the photometric shows a lot of that. There's also a fair amount of flat roof area here. Did you give any consideration at all to putting PV on the roof to just handle site lighting needs? Or is that something you'd be willing to consider? Because I think here is an opportunity where certainly the building's use and its operation maybe wouldn't necessarily benefit that well from it, but you do have quite a bit of site lighting that could benefit from PV and solar. Every watt that you're able to generate without, grid power is that much better. So I guess when I ask that question to you, is that was that a consideration at all to implement any sort of renewable energy to help with any of the site lighting or any other energy needs in the site?
We have not considered that, but we will.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions before we proceed? Okay, seeing nothing from this side of the table, we are going to proceed to the public comment, and we're going to start there. Oh, she had her hand up. Oh, okay, go ahead.
PG, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. Want to remind you again that the citizens are at the top of the organizational chart. No one in here is against the company Sheets. They are against the location. They are against the density. That, what you showed up there, looks like the Bermuda Triangle. And you guys are sitting here talking about stuff that hasn't even been established. Oh, well, we haven't figured it out. We're working with Birmingham. We'll get back to you and let you know. If it's not complete, then you can't vote yes. You can't vote for a recommendation for it to go before the city commissioners. This property is too dense. The traffic is going to be a hot mess. This is a truck stop in a community. I have called Sheets corporate headquarters in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and I have said to the corporate headquarters, our brothers and sisters up north, they need economic development. They need jobs up there. We have so many of our youth that are hooked on methamphetamines, Oxycontin, and fentanyl. There's a drug problem up there because there's no jobs up there. If Sheetz is bringing all that they purport that they're bringing, take that truck stop up north. The space is there. You can give them your fancy internet or broadband. You got the 35 or 40 jobs. You got tuition reimbursement. That's what our kids need up north. You got a gas station, a car wash, and then you're giving the cemetery a maintenance facility building. If they're allowing you to open up next to them, they shouldn't have to lease it. It should be for free. But this property owner, his only motivation is to lease and make money. Would you take the Bermuda Triangle and put it in your backyard? Would this real estate guy put the Bermuda Triangle in his cul-de-sac? He wouldn't do it. But now you're adding all this stuff. You forgot the go-karts. You know, because if people are getting a car wash, that kids might want to ride the go-karts. You forgot to put an ice cream stand there. You forgot to put, what else there? A place where you could buy, like, you know, jerseys and things like that. You're cramming all of this stuff on this corner, and it is not conducive for the neighborhood. You are under no obligation to approve this if it doesn't match the character in the neighborhood. And it doesn't match the character. Say no or vote all of them out, voters.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go right here. You.
Okay, you don't know you know my name already.
Well,
And
for the
Tim,
record, I would like you to
Lisa
say.
Carnegie, 4216 Mankato.
Okay.
Tim, hold your nose and blow your ears. It'll clear them out. Okay, so 3 cities recently turned down Sheetz. They don't want it. There isn't one person in this room that wants that development. Okay? I will give you a traffic study right now. Last summer, I had my 2 granddaughters in the back of the car. We got to that intersection, but about a mile before I hear, "Nama, I have to go pee." Oh, okay. I get to the intersection, 3 lights. I sat there. What do you think happened? What do you think happened? My poor 5-year-old granddaughter wet her pants 3 times. Okay, that light didn't change. It took me 3 times to get to turn left. Wally just paid $500,000. That's not chump change for his liquor license. Okay? You're robbing him and us of what we have now at that intersection, okay? I grew up in Birmingham. Birmingham didn't want that there. We don't want it there.
All right. Okay, okay, you want to speak over here, so over here, the green.
Hi there, Jack Sebring, 4375 Coolidge Highway. Sorry, 4375 Coolidge Highway. My name is Jack Sebring. I'm a stone's throw from where this is going to be. I do have concerns about the traffic, but I'm not that worried about it. I am worried about it being a big old drive-through. I think it'd be better to be rezoned as multifamily zoning or mixed use. I think it's a better use of our taxpayer dollars. Living by the railroad, not that bad. To be honest, I don't hear it ever. And then just, I looked around the area. I think it's better for multifamily housing because it is a quarter-mile from Upton Elementary, a half-mile from the current industrial district jobs and potential future Delmere district. It is also less than a mile from the Troy Transit Center, OSTC, multiple grocery stores, and 2 major parks. I don't think it's great for the proposal. It has in a mile radius, we have 5 car washes, 6 gas stations, and a dozen fast food restaurants. I'm very pro-development. I want things to grow here in Royal Oak, like to produce more tax revenue, but I think can be more productive than this. So, thank you.
All right. Trish, you ready? Go ahead.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. Trish Oliver, a longtime Royal Oak resident. We urge you tonight to vote to support Royal Oakers, who are, after all, your neighbors rather than special interests, and say no to sheets. We would like to see our Planning Commission tonight follow in the footsteps of Rochester Hills, Madison Heights, Farmington Hills, and Livonia, and say no to sheets, which would bring a 24-hour truck stop gas station to the junction of 14 Mile and Coolidge. The proposed intersection already suffers from traffic flow backups because Coolidge Highway makes a dogleg at that point. This results in drivers using the residential side streets in an attempt to bypass the congestion. Sheets contracted for a traffic study that came to the conclusion that if the development is added, traffic would continue to operate at an acceptable level of service during peak travel times. However, the Royal Oak Engineering Division is concerned about the crash history at the intersection, along with the impact that changing the timing of the stoplight would have on other areas of 14 Mile. I recently spoke to a nurse who works at Beaumont who lives near this dogleg intersection. She says she can hear the crashes from her home, and then she takes care of the victims at Beaumont. So we ask you to not add more burden to this already troubled intersection. One thing of special concern tonight is that the Pennsylvania-based Sheets, which uses the Clayburgh, Pennsylvania architectural firm Convenience Architecture and Design PC, has also hired the Royal Oak architectural firm of Krieger-Klatt. Krieger-Klatt has long been a contributor to political campaign funds for Royal Oak Mayor Fournier and the city commissioners members. You can learn more about that at the Pay to Play tab at Protect Royal Oak. There have been several comments tonight about Royal Oak politicians taking political contributions, consulting payments to help Sheets get approval in Royal Oak, even up to the amount of $40,000. Oakland County Chairman Dave Woodward is here tonight. Chairman Caseta, could you ask him to come to the podium to address the issue of politicians taking money or contributions which will influence your vote tonight to approve Sheets? Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Right here, sure.
Why not? Nasser Siddiqui, MDPA. There's a lot of issues, and you guys have already brought them up yourselves. Traffic, stacking, lighting, environmental, crime, political corruption, potentially. Environmental. The Sheets presentation included EV, restaurant, and the car wash. However, the number of underground storage tanks were conveniently left out. For example, the typical 4-pump dispenser station has approximately 25,000 gallons underground at any given time. The public should know before your vote is cast how many tanks are going to be underground at this station and what are the sizes of those tanks. This is in close proximity to an elementary school, to a residential neighborhood. And Ms. Douglas, yes, the tanks are far more advanced. And Sheets will tell you about their perfect environmental record. But don't ask. Go to the EPA website. Look it up. They have been cited several times and have paid millions of dollars. This project is a public health risk. Sheets' crime history is well documented. I don't want to go over all of that. But Sheets' 24-hour Benny's truck stop model that serves alcohol past midnight invites bad characters. You can see the list of the crimes on protectroyaloak.com. In fact, the owner of the BP gas station who was here tonight started to shut down his gas station at midnight due to the unwanted riffraff that was hanging around his location after midnight. He was looking out for the betterment of his residents and the community, and so should you. No development is better than the wrong development. The lady before me called him by his name. We demand answers. Is he a paid consultant? Thank you.
All right. All right, you have your hand up over here.
I'm Nicole Bazinski. I live at 4012 Coolidge Highway in Royal Oak. I'm a member of the PTA. My son went to Upton Elementary School. I have to actually get going soon because I have to make sure he goes to sleep. But I speak for the other mothers in the area. We don't want this monstrosity on this corner. I mean, it's just going to be a disaster. It's already bad. The traffic there is horrible. We ride our bikes around there. We've almost gotten hit numerous times over in that area, crossing at the light and everything. It's a mess. This whole idea is horrible. We don't need a truck stop in a neighborhood. It's not even by the expressway. I don't know why they're putting it there. What else can I say? I mean, the crime rate, the property value is going to get lower. What else? Light pollution, regular pollution. We won't accept it. I hope you guys make the right decision because we're not going to accept it.
All right. Let's see. This gentleman here.
Mike Seville, 1105 Ottawa, Royal Oak, Michigan. A longtime resident of Royal Oak. Totally against this development. Mayor Florian, commissioners, 6,477 voters voted against you, 33%. Now, I got accused of misinformation. Now, I want to back my statement up. Fortunately, I only get 3 minutes, but you guys get as much time as you want. Flyer 2024, Rock the Vote, one of the major sponsors was Becky and Jason Kruger, one of the people interested in this development. How much money was donated to the commissioner and the mayor's political campaign? Allegedly, okay? When you pay a lot of money to pay to play, allegedly politics have a tendency to lean towards that decision. The system is corrupt. You need to separate and get back to the voters. I'm going to quote from a paraphrase from an EPA report, 4/19/2005 by Bonnie Smith. Sheets owners paid $26,000 penalty to settle an alleged environment violation of 2 states in West Virginia, Winchester, West Virginia. The complaint was that between 2000 and 2001, Sheets failed to monitor and report suspected leaks from 7 underground tanks with a total of 15,000 gallons. If I was a developer or if I was an owner, I would gladly pay $26,000 to contaminate the environment and then walk away. This is what Sheets going to do when the system becomes no longer feasible and they pollute the environment. They're going to walk away and they're going to leave the Royal Oak taxpayer paying the bill. You guys have got to get it.
All right, we have other, I see a hand over there with the glasses.
Good evening, members of council, mayor. I've always admired your city.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry,
for
my
the
name's
record?
Tim Parvin, 29515 Sylvan Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've always admired your city with its strong and vibrant downtown, great school system, and surrounding solid neighborhoods. It's a city that was great before World War II, and it's great now as a classic suburban, self-sustaining city. It has everything, world-class medical, great roads and freeways, the support of mass transit, and it has enough party stores and fast food places and certainly enough gas stations. You don't ever hear Sheets wanting to go into Metro Detroit proper, and I kind of wonder why. Sheets wants to come to Royal Oak, but only on their own terms, their own non-negotiable terms. It's got to be 24 hours, it's got to have a drive-through, it's got to have beer, wine, and liquor. I live in Farmington Hills, an eighth of a mile from a former proposed Sheets location. They wanted to devastate our neighborhood, much like they're attempting to do tonight. We worked with 10 HOAs. representing nearly 1,000 homeowners and local government officials to stress our concerns. Sheets will say that they're just capturing traffic that happens to go by. I mean, 8 cars an hour, you could make a living on 8 cars an hour going by. That's not realistic. Sheets talks about architecture and improvements, but when pressed on light pollution, they would not adjust on their lumen output, and they're 400% over what was allowed in our city. They call themselves a convenience store with made to order, but it's really row upon row of salted processed snack foods or deep fried foods as core menu items. I mean, really, just around the corner is a long-standing, loyal, and faithful Royal Oak business, Meyer, that serves the neighborhood very well with gas and food. And to address the 24-hour aspect of them, you know, I imagine if you're working late or coming home from the airport, there's not a lot of traffic out there, but yet they insist upon a 24-hour operation. And as our Farmington Hills EMS and police chief said, nothing good happens after midnight. And do you really want to crater this part of your city? An operation like Sheets really belongs on I-75, not in a neighborhood. Rochester Hills said no, Madison Heights said no, Livonia said no to 2 different locations, and Farmington Hills voted 7-0 against Sheets. You've got more than enough gas stations. Perhaps a new city ordinance would be something that would help control and guide your development. Because adding a 24-hour liquor store and a drive-through with 8 pumps is not the answer. Do the right thing for your voting neighbors and say no to this proposal. And thank you for your time.
All right, we have other speakers, thank you. Right back there on the right with the gray, in the gray there. Oh, you're in red anyways. This guy.
Just grabbing the microphone. Dale McDaniel, Elmwood Avenue in Royal Oak. The traffic issue has been raised, I think most importantly, by the City Engineering Department. I would like to note that anyone who accepts at face value a traffic study done by the petitioner that comes out in favor of the petitioner is not doing due diligence. In addition, crime has been mentioned. Gary Zimmerman, Vice President and General Counsel of Sheets in January of 24, wrote to the Congressional Committee on Small Business urging them to take action on legislation for crime. And he noted the unique challenges faced by 24-hour operations. I would really like to see an opinion from the City of Royal Oak Police Department and other emergency services on this proposal. What do they think it's going to do to their services and how that will impact the community? More importantly, the city notifies people within 300 feet of the site. There's no one within 300 feet of the site. However, immediately to the southwest are 800 to 1,000 homes. I would really like to see, if this proposal is not denied, I'd like to see it postponed until the people in the area can be made aware of what the proposal is, how it will impact them, and give them time to let their opinion be known to the committee at large. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Chuck, I'm making you wait because you already talked twice. Come on up.
I made it this late at night. It's past my bedtime. Charles Simchina. I forgot to mention that before I was a city attorney for 10 years, I was an assistant Oakland County prosecutor for 10 years. I was cross-designated as a special assistant U.S. attorney and a special assistant attorney general for the state of Michigan at the same time. I was one of 4 people with all of those designations. Fighting crime and being aware of the causes of crime is paramount in my mind. I think that was one of the reasons I may have been hired away from the prosecutor's office and was made the city attorney to deal with those issues. And those are important issues with no evidence and no facts presented to you to evaluate. I can't see how you can move forward without an in-depth review of those types of bits of information and without a recommendation from your police chief, without the traffic study, the fire independent peer review, it's impossible for the fire department to weigh in and see how their first responder emergency services will be affected. I'd hate to see delays in this traffic jam stopping the ambulance to getting into that neighborhood, and because of a couple extra minutes, someone dies on the way to the Beaumont Hospital for a heart attack. My comments are directed to public officials, which all of you are. They're not directed to private citizens who are here representing sheets. Their motive is to make as much money as possible, represent their clients. But your job is to represent these people, protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the city, the citizens, and the other property owners. I don't see that happening at all. I'm disappointed in your comments, Gary, because you indicate you shut your mind and you don't listen to certain facts about political contributions, which can directly influence how people vote. The record is clear. Royal Oak has the worst, weakest ethics ordinance of any city I've ever seen. That was amended a couple times at the direction of the current city commission. Other cities have a way to deal with this, but you here at this board can deal with it right now because the state laws allow you to make your own rules. You created rules and you try to make people stop talking. Those same rules say this board's not supposed to be responding to the public commenters. That happens over and over. The mayor or someone makes a lie or an outrageous statement. The crowd reacts, and then you spend 5 minutes scolding the crowd. You don't control your own side of the table. It's time to have fair rules. You should create your own rules. As long as they are stricter than the city's rules, they're enforceable. It's impossible to have a weaker rule. You need to have disclosure and transparency at this board. There's too much money changing hands.
All right. Next speaker right there.
Kay Thomas, 35-year resident of Royal Oak, 4612 Robinwood. I live just in the first block south of 14 Mile, and this will affect my everyday. As it is, traffic turns down the side streets because they're tired of waiting through the light cycling. Traffic can be backed up as far as the traffic light at Eaton. It's a nightmare. I didn't even understand what they were trying to say about retiming the lights. That's not going to do anything. Sorry, it's not. And I didn't understand the part about adding a fourth leg. This is a T intersection. Where are you going to put another lane of traffic there? There's nothing. There's no room to, there's nothing on that plan that talks about where that traffic is going to go. If you're saying line up a driveway so that they can now head south onto Coolidge, hello, right there is an elementary school. 2010, Royal Oak got rid of school buses. I know, my daughter started school that year. I was an unpaid traffic coordinator in front of the school because of all of the crazy traffic drivers going down that street. It's just not going to work. The development of this size does not belong in this neighborhood. The amount of traffic that already is forced into our quadrant of the neighborhood because of dream cruise, because of whatever else is going on in that area, it just is not, it's not the smartest development for this. You've heard every other argument, and I have them all listed here. Nobody's talked about, is this gonna be for truck refueling? Are any of the pumps? How many pumps? Did you even say how many pumps? Not in the thing that I'm reading. You guys are not thinking of the families that live in this quadrant and how it will affect them. We already knew there was a train track there. We bought our houses, we signed up for that. We didn't sign up for the Dream Cruise practice that goes from the noise related to it from April through October, but we live with it and we don't open our windows for the 8 months out of the year that we would like to. The noise and the light related to this, we can't even, I'm out. I will move. And there's $1 million homes that are built in that quadrant that you can bet you that will stop. Nobody wants to live near this kind of development. Why don't you move down to Oakland Mall where stores are closing and you're right off the freeway?
Yes. That's all I have.
All right, is the lady back there in the red there, you'll be next over here.
Hi. Pat Maslowski, I represent Berkeley, so I'm sympathizing with all my neighbors here, and I just wanted to give my points. I stand with what everyone else is saying. Has anyone been to a Sheetz down in Romulus? The way I see it, it's like a mini Love's truck stop or a mini Buc-ee's, okay? And I understand that they want to do business. I don't understand why you all want to be in Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb County. Like, go up north, like PG said. This is just, you know, I understand you say you develop to the plot size. That plot size is not big enough for what you want to do. I've been in a Sheetz. It is cool. I like it, but not in this neighborhood. I don't think you've done your due diligence with traffic. We could, us residents could tell you. Have you ever seen a person go southbound on the northbound Coolidge? Because they turn in and they don't know where they are. All these people that want to go to Sheetz don't know the area. That will happen. I can tell you that will happen. And, you know, the traffic alone is intolerable, but there's cemetery to the west. People are trying to put their loved ones to rest, and they're going to be putting up with noise and lights. There's no peace and quiet. I just don't understand. And then Wally's on the corner. We'll put him out of business. And not only that, it's going to affect, you know, I'm from Berkeley. You got, you know, Beverly Hills and Birmingham, to name a few. But it's not going to improve on the Royal Oak community. I think it also will affect, well, it affects Myers, and because they already provide food and gas. But it's going to affect the smaller diner that's down the road, Cole's Family Diner. And heck, even McDonald's, they're not going to be able to go in and out real quick because the traffic is just going to be bad. So I appreciate that we have all hung around here at 9:45 or whatever it is, so that you all could like make your descriptions here. But please, vote no on this. Let these owners here go up north, like another person had said, to a place that needs the business. I don't understand why you want to go for Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb County. Like, find another gig. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I promised over here. You, yes.
Okay, great. Because I'm not happy. Alice Cherukian, 1918 Lloyd. I'm listening to everybody. I agree with everybody. There's nothing more I can really say. And I'm watching all your faces, and you all look bored to death. My question is, why is our fate in your hands? And why isn't this a special vote for the people in that area, the residents in that area? Why can't they vote on this? Why are you making the decision for us? That's what really matters here. Do any of you live in that area? You do? Are you happy about this? Are you happy about this? Do any of you live over there? No. Of course not. So it's not going to affect your lives. Would you want this in your neighborhoods? No. And you know it. And you know it. This is ridiculous. It's preposterous that we're even having this conversation or this discussion. You sicken me.
All right. We have a, right here, this gentleman right here.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Horman. I live at 914 Genesee Avenue in Northeast Royal Oak. I've been a Royal Oak resident since 1978. I'm glad that we've taken off our Brownfield Redevelopment Authority caps. City Commission caps are off. Mayor's caps are off right now. This is the Planning Commission, and I know that you're all extremely familiar with the draft master plan, this one dated, proposed January 14, 2025. But probably most of the people who are watching or here may not be as familiar with it as you are. So I took some time to reacquaint myself, and I realized that the drawings in here are just concepts, but they do embody the direction that the draft master plan is headed to. Now, I have a lot of concerns myself with other parts of the draft master plan, but these were very interesting drawings. But in none of them did I see about 6 acres of paved space with a gas station, a car wash, and a maintenance facility. In fact, it's really hard to find 6 acres of impervious surface anywhere addressed in this. So I did find in section 5.4, which is talking about reinforcing the activity center at Delamere Industrial Area, I did find this reference, and it's on page 67, quote, "The intersection where Coolidge jogs at 14 Mile and the railroad does not function well. This intersection is of concern with additional growth. Solutions to address the intersection need to be studied, including minor adjustments to the turning lane striping, widening the railroad bridge to provide more turning capacity, and realigning Coolidge north of 14 Mile with a new railroad underpass." A little bit more detail goes in there. But then on page 17, talking about actions, point 5.4.5 says to acquire additional or acquire available properties in the area for redevelopment to include attainable and senior housing. And then 5.4.6, implement a solution to the Coolidge and 14 Mile jog. This is not addressing either of those. And if you expect us to approve the draft master plan and expect us to underwrite city going in that direction, we have to look at these things now and not push them down the road, kick the can to some future date. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, right over here.
How you doing? Name is Nick Neighbor. I own Shell gas station. It used to be a mobile on the corner of 12 Mile and Campbell. It's a little further out, I know, but the way these guys operate, they pull traffic from every corner. Their stores, the way they set up their C-stores, their whole layout, it's a destination. They pull traffic from every corner possible. And these guys operate on a high volume. They're not going to go spend $9 million for a 2,000 gallon, a day volume. They're going to pull volume from the freeway. They're going to pull volume from every corner in Royal Oak, and I promise you that. Second, my current gas station, it's a smaller station. It's an older station. We have plans of investing over $2 million at the site. And by sheets coming to the area, a lot of us and other investors are going to kind of pull away from doing so. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, other folks? All right. Oh, one last one over here, it looks like.
Nancy Poprovsky. I'm happy to say the City of Royal Oak officials won't be voting yes for the Sheets project. You know how I know? I've read their mottos on their campaign flyers and their endorsements, like from Dave Woodward, Oakland County Commissioner Chair, endorsing Mayor Fournier, Commissioners Macy, Hunt, Douglas, Colo, Herzog, Chisholm, saying they are proven leaders when it comes to supporting small business and protecting our environment. Let's elect local leaders who stand up for our community and their values. End of quote. Great endorsement. So, all commissioners, if you support small business, please don't put a $14 billion corporation business in Royal Oak that will probably kill some smaller businesses nearby. Just what we need, another billionaire taking over. If you support protecting all the commissioners, the environment, please Don't put underground fuel tanks that can leak significantly and contaminate soil and groundwater forever, along with petroleum vapors entering nearby buildings. And why do we need more gas stations? Almost every commission meeting I attend, YIMBYs and officials are promoting less carbon emissions, bike lanes, and walkable cities. The last endorsement Commissioner Woodward said was, let's elect local leaders who stand up for our community values, end of quote. He's right. Safety is a community value. Making an intersection more congested and accident-prone is not valuable. Royal Oak Engineering Division said that, and they were concerned about intersection and Sheetz high-volume traffic. Also, how about high crime rates at Sheetz? In January 2024, the VP of Sheetz even admitted needing help from Congress in streamlining reporting of crime. Knowing Sheetz is plagued with crime, why would you want it near residential and not by itself off the freeway? Here's a possible solution. Royal Oak officials are known to say we need more affordable housing, which hasn't happened yet. So put real affordable housing on the property. The neighbors next door won't mind a taller building overlooking their plots because they're dead. Oops, forgot to say it's a cemetery. P.S. Sheetz says they bring jobs for a lot of jobs. But those will be all the employees that come from businesses that were put out of business due to Sheetz. Thank you.
All right. Who else do we have? Way in the back there.
Hi, my name is Brian Slitter. I'm a resident of Royal Oak, and I'm actually in support of this project. Basically, what we're essentially adding is a gas station to a corner that already has another gas station. And most intersections have 2 gas stations. And a lot of times people find it convenient to turn right into a gas station instead of turning left. So people traveling 14 Mile West are going to have an option to get gas. We have a developer here that's willing to pay to clean up a site that is currently poisoning the city. And from what I saw, please quiet down.
Okay, yes.
From what I saw is that they're proposing 7 pumps. The BP to the south has 6 pumps. So we're not talking about a truck stop. This is not what we're talking about here. And in terms of the traffic, I was a little concerned about that until I saw the site plan tonight, and I realized that they've got like 1,500 feet of internal driveway before it splits off to the various, either the restaurant or the gas station and the car wash. And in their diagram, they showed a queue of 16 cars lined up in queue for a car wash. If I went to a car wash and saw 16 cars, I'm not sitting there. I'm going to the next one. And comments that have been made that there's already enough gas stations around, there's already enough car washes around, great, that'll reduce the traffic in the location because there's already options for other people to go to.
Hey, please.
So, we're not talking about opening up a Raising Cane's like they just did in Canton, where the police were there to head direct traffic. This is just proper development. This is what makes sense for the city, and I wholeheartedly support this. Plus, their chicken fingers look amazing, and I'm waiting to try them.
All right. Hey, folks, hold on, folks, listen. Listen, nobody did that when you were speaking.
I don't care, I've had it.
All right, Bill, did you talk on this yet?
Yes.
Yeah. Bye. Come on up. I can't remember if you spoke yet, but I think you did.
I have not spoken during this
go
session.
ahead.
I spoke earlier. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford, Royal Oak. I'm concerned about the traffic. This application is too intensive for this site. When we had discussions about the master plan, one of the DPZ representatives of the consultant said this is a difficult intersection with no clear solution. City engineering, they're concerned about the crash history. The drawings show a total disregard for traffic safety. There are 3 drawings. C8 shows semi-trucks crossing 14 Mile both north and south from Coolidge at the east entrance and exit to the site. C9 shows the garbage truck entering the site from the northbound Coolidge. The east entrance exit allows traffic to enter and leave the site from Coolidge, whereas the west entrance exit forces traffic to exit from 14 Mile Road. What makes you think that others, the domestic traffic, will not do the same? It'll be a nightmare. The traffic study that's been mentioned before must have an independent professional review. You can't let the cat or the mice run the system. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, one more over here, sure.
Is this president that wants to build a Riviera on Gaza Strip? And that's what this is
Please
reminding
introduce
me of.
yourself for the record.
My name is Jane Elnicki. I live in Normandy in Royal Oak. One thing I want to say is this 24-hour business is ridiculous. The Royal Oak Police can't manage Woodward Avenue, let alone a 24-hour business. I worked in the emergency room at Beaumont. I don't now, I'm retired, but they don't need any more business there. And it's just crazy. The man that was talking about people wouldn't drive, to Royal Oak to buy some gasoline, and he said this is not a destination. Then he calls it an activity center, not an industrial compound. He's just, he's wrong. It is a destination. And at midnights, I don't know of any other businesses around here that are open 24 hours. So you're just inviting trouble. And like I said about the police, if you want to see your tax dollars increase, you'll be paying the police some overtime to take care of the people that are hanging around there. I'll repeat about Beaumont. They worked midnights, and you've got some real creepy people out there in the middle of the night if they have a place to congregate. I don't want it to be in my neighborhood. So that's it.
All right. How about over here? Thank you.
Angela Hanna, Clausen Street in Royal Oak. I say this to all of you. You are representing us. All of us here are against this project. So if you were truly, truly representing us, some of us may have voted for you, some of us did not. You will vote no on this project and truly represent the citizens who pay your salary and who pay the taxes of this city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right here.
Hello, my name is Ben Barrick. I work in the Delamere Boulevard. My family's owned a business there for 45 years. We're in the petroleum business, so I do have experience with petroleum stations. Speaking to the sustainability aspect of it, I would just like to make a point that this is going to draw a lot more traffic. Somebody mentioned it earlier. If they are getting daily gas loads, people are people. Mistakes do happen. There are going to be gas spills. And Michigan winters are harsh. The equipment doesn't last forever. Yes, it is better than the 1970s. It's only a matter of time before something happens at that site. And personally speaking, I do go out of my way to go not on 14 Mile. I would implore you to vote no and listen to the people that put you in office. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, very good. Okay, looks like, well, one more back here.
I have to make the ticket I'm going to get worth it. Sorry. I wasn't going to speak because it is not a strength. However, I'm Cheryl Ebinger. I live on Woodland Avenue, and I've had my house for almost 18 years. I don't know how many of you have ever seen police trying to negotiate that intersection. I have. How many of you may have seen an ambulance trying to get through when they needed to? I have. And I've also seen fire trucks struggle. So in addition to all of the other concerns that were represented here tonight, personal safety is a huge one. I'd like to conclude by saying that to use a study provided by the property owner to base your decision is kind of like the fox watching the hen house. So I really, I implore you to reconsider if any of you are considering possibly voting yes. And really, you know, when we look at this, it's all about the Benjamins, isn't it? Yes, it is. Isn't it?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and, don't see anybody else. I'm closing the public comment at this point. We'll call the petitioners back up and see if there are questions from the commission or if you want to respond to anything you've heard.
I can make just a couple quick responses. Sure. There seem to be repetitive themes here. First of all, I just want to address the truck stop issue. There's no truck parking on this location, none proposed. So I just want to dismiss that. I think that the issue of traffic is, as a recurring theme, especially from those local to the community or local to the location. And we are completely empathetic to the concern. I would like to volunteer. First of all, our traffic consultant who's here probably takes some offense. He's a professional. This is a numerical thing. This is not like something that we sway by giving somebody extra money to get different results. But that said, more than happy to have the community, we even volunteer to have the community do a peer review of our traffic consultant. We're quite comfortable with our consultant that works in a lot of communities. So I'll offer that up. I did also get a text message during the meeting where El Car Wash is now going to review incorporation of EV into their site as well. So at least some good come out of the comments of this meeting. One of the questions that came up with the number of pumps, I think it's shown on the site, there's 8 pumps that are double-sided, so that answers that. I think that I also just want to mention that this is not a comparison of what's there today. This is, we own this property, we have rights, and we will be developing the property. We do think that this is a responsible way to develop it, despite what we've heard tonight. But I think most importantly is for the public and the commission, I think already understands, as we are owners of this property, we will be developing this property. And we do understand that we develop in other people's backyards every month, every year. We do it all the time. I've done it throughout my career. And a lot of the people that are voicing anxiety, concern, this is the first time that they might see me in their backyard, and we understand that the anxiety that can create, and we want to be respectful to the comments that we've heard tonight, especially as it relates to traffic. And we want to make sure that we work with this community to incorporate whatever is appropriate to make this the safest location that can be, and to fix this to the best of our ability, this location.
All right. Don't necessarily run away because we may have some other questions from the panel here. Not from. Okay. Your turn is over. I'm sorry. All right. From this side of the table, do we have questions for the petitioner or the land leaser or any of the folks? Commissioner Douglas.
We've heard reports of crime being a risk on this property or other Sheets property. Could you speak to that?
Well, I mean, I think that most of the crime conversation has been based on something that somebody read in another community. I think also it's based on the issue of 24 hours. I think in our current economy, especially given this location in proximity to the industrial districts of Troy and Royal Oak, where you have people work late shifts. You know, people that work late shifts deserve to be able to get gas. They deserve to be able to get food. They're not criminals. They're just people that work night shifts instead of day shifts. I'm certainly happy to hear from any input from the Royal Oak Police Department on their experience with other 24-hour, operations within the community. We do not expect this to be an issue. Yeah.
I'd like to add to that. Again, my name is Alex from Sheets. I'd like to contest the characterization that Sheets is associated with crime. I think that's an unfair assumption. I think if you Google any business, crime at business XYZ, you're going to come up with results. Sheets is not an attractor of crime. If crime happens to happen in the Sheets, that is unfortunate, and we have plenty of measures and procedures that we do to help deter that as much as we can. But again, the characterization that a Sheets is coming in is going to automatically increase crime is not accurate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there other questions here for the petitioners? I have a question since there's a pause. I don't know who to direct it to, but one of the issues there is I wondered myself, did the police have any input in this process, if that's a real concern? Is there some way to incorporate that?
Well, and Mr. Hedges can tell you exactly who he sends site plans to prior to them coming to you. So most departments, including the fire department, the fire marshal, engineering, are all weighing in on their preliminary reviews of plans. Obviously, if you recommended approval and you had additional traffic analysis, engineering may have a decel lane somewhere designed on the property and so forth. But to answer your question, yes, everyone is given a chance to review it.
Okay, so it sounds like hold on one second. It sounds like, just to clarify, that the police were given this packet, or just the plan?
No, it's just, I'll let him explain
and then we'll get to
Yeah, as with any application that includes a site plan, we send it to the engineering division, we send it to the fire marshal, and we also send it to the building division, specifically the commercial building inspector. Those are the three individuals that are given site plans to offer review and comments on. On this one, we only received comments back from the city engineer, which we've discussed. We do not typically send site plan reviews to the police department as part of our staff review.
Okay, so you didn't do that on this one?
We don't on any site plan.
All right, go over here.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, for what it's worth, I haven't received any feedback from our police department on the commission about 24/7 establishments. We haven't seen that. We live in one of the safest cities in Michigan, and we have I looked, we have a number of 24/7 stores and gas stations already in the city, and usually we have a good working relationship with the PD where they say, hey, we have this issue here, we'd like to look at legislation here and there, plans of operations, bars, dance permits, and they're really good about uncovering things that generate crime and what the solution should be, which is ergo why we're one of the safest cities in Michigan. And that, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I'm just saying for this board, it hasn't come across my table in overall public safety discussions related with 24-hour, 7-day-a-week establishments that exist in the city today.
All right. Okay, there was another comment over here? Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I'll just go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just saying, I know the question came up, so the underground storage tanks, the quantity and volume of each tank, that can be answered. I know that was brought up in a couple.
At this location, we are proposing 6 underground storage tanks, and in total, they will accomplish 78,000 gallons.
3 times the size of the
Okay, that answers the question.
Thank
you. Okay. All right. Other questions? Okay, I'm going to make a comment, just a general comment. I don't want to prattle on about the crime issue, but I was a little bit amused when I heard some things that I say to my kids, and now they're all grown kids, but I said probably hundreds of times to them, nothing good happens after midnight. Did they listen to me? No. But I 100% agree with the sentiment. On the other hand, I live around the corner from one of those 24-hour stores, 7-Eleven, which is right around where I am. I have no idea if they have crime there. I don't have that information. I do know there's one in my neighborhood, but I don't know the answer because I don't know what goes on there. I also know that my son, the one I said nothing good happens after midnight, has been working the night shift for 20 years. So that's why I say he didn't listen to me. But he gets off, and you know, it's not really necessarily 24 hours. He gets off in the morning. The other thing I would say is that we had a number of 24-hour stores. Remember, Myers used to be 24 hours. We probably have less now. It would be very interesting to know if there's any correlation between those and the crime there, but we don't have that information here either. That's why I asked the question about the police. Do they have that data? I don't think we have the data, but to know. Go ahead.
I guess I have a question for the team. I appreciate both the developer and one of the end users being here, but I don't see anyone from the car wash here. Is that correct? Is there a reason why they chose not to attend? Because there doesn't seem to have been many questions for them, but I'm kind of thinking if there was.
He's here.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just was curious as if there was a reason why they weren't being represented.
Mr. Esbury.
Mr. Twing, refresh my memory if you would. I don't recall what the business was, but there was another business that came in front of us many years ago, and I seem to recall you saying that this board is not in a position to regulate business hours. Can you speak to that at all? Because I thought you had said that if there's a business, a gas station that wants to open up on Woodward for argument's sake, and they want to be open 24 hours a day.
Well, there is no provision in our current codes that limit your hours of operation.
Okay.
Having said that, if you were under a particular type of PUD rezoning or a special land use, and there was some mitigating factor that you wanted to apply a standard of limited hours on, you potentially could do that, but you would do it as a recommendation.
But that would be under more of a PUD type setting versus something
Yeah,
going into the general business?
Under conditional rezoning, it's their call as to what they're offering.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cantina.
So I just have some general comments to make, because I think throughout the evening we've probably gotten things a little misconstrued. This is not a conversation about sheets. What's in front of us tonight is an application by the developer for that site and a site plan. And what we're being tasked with evaluating is the uses that are being proposed, are those acceptable for that site? And we up here in the city don't propose projects. The free market does. Private property owners are the ones that decide on a project that they bring in front of us, and this is what's been brought in front of us. I don't disagree with many of the comments that were made about it'd be a great site to put some housing on. The reality is that's not what's been brought in front of us. These are the owners of the site. This is what they've chosen to bring in front of us, and this is what we're being tasked with evaluating. So I think a lot of times people feel very strongly about what they think should be there. The reality is, as the applicant mentioned, private property owners have rights, and we don't dictate the projects that come in front of us. We're just tasked with evaluating what is brought in front of us. I do want to make a few quick comments about the whole crime 24 hours thing. There was a term that was used by someone from the public about the riffraff that would be there congregating. Whenever language like that is used, it's borderline offensive to me. There's, as was pointed out, many third shift workers. There's many doctors, nurses that work very different hours than most people do. And I think it's disrespectful to say that simply because the hours that they conduct their lives is different than ours, that they are labeled with the term as riffraff or undesirables. The fact that it's 24 hours will absolutely serve a whole host of folks that actually do function in that area, with the hospital being in close proximity to it. So I just want to make those comments because I think throughout tonight's discussions, there's been a lot of things said that are a little bit misguided, but also, to me personally, a little bit offensive, so I want to make sure I address it.
All right. Mr. Ellison.
Okay, I don't have any big prepared speech. I just have a few comments and observations. First of all, clarification, nobody up here gets paid. We're all volunteers, okay? These two get paid for being on the city commission. These two are elected. We are appointed, okay? So we're volunteers, and I don't get a nickel for this. And even what these guys get, he gets $40 to show up to a meeting on a Monday night, and she gets 20. In my 13 years of mayor, it's 13 years I was mayor, I grossed $16,000. 13 years. It's not a high-paying job, okay? So to sit here and say, we pay your salary, we do this, we're your bosses. No, we're responsible to the people. PG, please, you are distracting.
You're looking at me like I said that.
No, I didn't. I'm trying to look across the audience. I'm catching all kinds of faces. But you sit there, okay, I'm not going to get... Okay.
Hold on, let's not have a...
No, I've known PG long enough to know that we can have this discussion, but...
Look at other people, please don't.
Okay, observations again. About 5 years ago, my mother-in-law had a brain mass, and she was in Franklin, Pennsylvania. And for 2 years, my wife and I got up every Saturday morning, drove to Franklin, Pennsylvania, 4-hour drive, visited with Mom for about an hour, and then got back in our car to drive home. That trip always included stopping at the sheets store that was next to the facility she was in. It was always a highlight of our day. It's a long day. It's an 8-hour day. And so we'd always gas up and we'd get our snacks for the ride. And what I noticed is, and I can probably say I've been to Sheets probably, well over 100 times with those trips. And very seldom was I disappointed in the cleanliness of the store, the quality of the food, the quality of the service. It just always impressed me. And my wife and I have said for a long time, we wish we had a Sheets here in Royal Oak. And so, we finally got one, we got excited. But that being said, it's not an automatic drop in the bucket. We've heard what you people are saying. And a lot of it we can make sense of, a lot of it we can't. Getting into the site, if you look at the site plan, the only way they can enter the site is from westbound 14 Mile Road, right lane. You can't cross, you can't get into it from the eastbound lane because there's no way to turn in. They've got no lanes. So all your access is going to be from that lane. And it's the only access they got. It's on 14 Mile Road. There's no getting out on Coolidge. There's no getting out in the cemetery. This is what you got. So all of their traffic is contained within their Bermuda Triangle, if you will. And so I'm not seeing the traffic issues. There may be, and I think I've been to that intersection enough to know, your high traffic issues are at morning when people are going to work, in the afternoon when they're coming home, and at lunchtime. But other than that street operates 24 hours a day, and there's traffic on that street 24 hours a day. And if these guys are open 24 hours, and someone comes in at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's not going to be a lot of traffic out there. And I know for a fact it's hard to find food. When I was working in Lansing, I'd have a late night, and I'd come back in Royal Oak about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'd try to find something to eat, and I couldn't find anything.
3 minutes. There's no 3 minutes for him.
Okay. So that means... So
listen, hold on. You guys had your turns. Everybody had a chance to come up here and talk under the rules, okay? Now he wants to talk. He's entitled to do it.
Do we need to take a recess and remind people?
All right, folks, listen. I'm asking you to keep the decorum here. And if we have to take a break, we will. But I don't want to take a break. We got lots of people waiting. It's not fair. It's not fair to the other petitioners. It's not right.
It's okay. What we go through here is a detailed process for if somebody buys a piece of property in the city of Royal Oak and they want to build something, they've got to go to the community development, the planning department to get approvals. And with that, they apply, they pay their fee, and then the rules are followed. If it's requires a zoning variance or something like that, we public hearing it. We noticed 300 feet. People say that's not enough. Well, it's what the state says. The state says you must do 300 feet. If we were to make it to 500, the guy's going to complain that we're treating him differently than the other guy. The state law says 300, we notify 300, and that's the way it works out. If you want to change it, contact your legislator and increase that distance. But everything we follow is by the law. The procedures we follow, types of motions we make, type of approvals we make, it's all dedicated by. We don't make this thing up. We don't make this process up. We enforce what the state tells us to do. And the function of these two is by state law as well. A planning commission must have volunteers and then the mayor and an elected commissioner by state law. That's why they're up here. So it's just, there's so much out there that people, and you're angry, and I respect that, but there's so much of it, if you do a little bit of research, you'll find out you're wrong. And I'm sorry, Trish, am I entertaining you? Okay.
No, let's not.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what other comments here? I think that for me, I'll start to blab real quick because we got to move this along. I think there are some issues that are identified. Certainly the traffic is one of them. That's a very confusing intersection that sits right now. And you might imagine that it will get more confusing, but I'm not sure about that because I'm not a traffic engineer. What I see there is that by moving the entrance over and cars coming straight in and out, is that gonna help or hurt? I'm not sure, but it's one solution that they've offered. The other one that I heard that wasn't on the site plan was that they're gonna go ahead and do those lanes, those extra lanes. Now that could actually help traffic flow. Again, that's speculation on my part. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm going to say that I think we should get the peer review study. I also want to point out that just to follow up on what Mr. Ellison just said, the traffic, there's traffic coming three directions here. Coming north on Coolidge, those people can go into the new development. So they can do that, but they're going to have to wait for the light to turn green. I don't know how that's going to work. We're going to have to get the peer review. The traffic going east on 14 Mile, they are not going into this store. They can't get there. And the traffic going west on 14 Mile, they have to turn right. And they would have a hard time getting into the BP anyways. They could do it. I've done it, but it's a little bit difficult there because you got to take a turn and go right into the station. Probably that may be a cause of some of the accidents. I don't know because I don't have that data either. But I think that my position on this is that I would like to see the peer review. I do appreciate the solutions that they're offering. I think they're intelligent solutions, but I don't really feel 100% comfortable. I'd like to see the peer review. The second one for me is the crime issue. I mean, it seems to me, yeah, being out at night, I just said that. I guess I would like to hear some facts on that and some opinions, which I don't, that from somebody like police, law enforcement who knows. We haven't heard that tonight, so I'm a little hesitant about that. I'd like to hear that. I don't know if it's going to be swaying my vote one way or the other, but I would like to hear that too. Last one is light and noise. Now I got to say that for those of you who haven't been here too many times, and the ones who do know this, I'm a real nerd about the lighting. I get a big issue about lighting. I think everybody ought to be adhering to the ordinance. If everybody adhered to the ordinance, we'd have a much more good-looking city at night, but it's very difficult to get people to do it. So I said, I've never been to Sheets before. I'm going down to Romulus. I'm going to see what these guys do. So I went down there, and I was, after seeing that they were going to have 35-foot candles on our plan, I expected to see something trashy down in Romulus. I didn't. It was actually well lit. It wasn't overlit. The only thing that I had a complaint about was the pole lights weren't shielded, which I don't like, because if you are going to put this in there and you're going to have this traffic confusion there, you do not want glaring lights. So you would have to shield those if that's what's going to happen, because that's the only complaint I had. There wasn't. I'll tell you something else about the building. Not only was it didn't have glaring lights. Now, a lot of gas stations in our town have lights glaring off the building. They didn't. Sheets didn't. They didn't have any. And they also didn't have trashy posters in their windows, which was also nice because a lot of gas stations in our town have trashy crap in their windows, which is against the ordinance. So I give them brownie points for their appearance. So I'll say that. Noise, it's hard to quantify. There's no trucks. It's not a truck stop. There may be trucks that go in there, but it's not a truck stop. So I'm not sure exactly how much noise they're going to be. So that's probably not going to sway my vote. But I would say adherence to the ordinance, lighting ordinance, big deal with me. Okay, I'm done. Anybody else? All right. Chair can't make a motion, but. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add a few comments while people are contemplating what a potential motion would be. Appreciate everyone coming out to public comment. I really appreciate the people that live in and around the area. For those of you who stuck to the facts and stuck to the concerns, it's really helpful. What I take away is there is a concern with traffic. We hear that time and time again, and in a, I don't know if you'd call it irony, I'd say a vast majority of the, not a vast majority, but a large number of the speakers that come to Planning Commission on a regular basis oppose the different multifamily developments that we have been presented to us in front of this commission because of traffic. And then it's strange to me to hear, oh, we should put multifamily there because, you know, even though there's a traffic concern. So I think the thing that we have to grapple with is that no matter what you do there, whether it's a heavy industrial manufacturing site, you got trucks coming in and out of there. You put a multifamily residential, you'll have cars coming in and out of there. You do retail, Chick-fil-A, something like that, you'll have a lot of cars coming in and out of there. So unless, you know, you demolish it and turn the entire area on Coolidge into a wheat field, we're going to have this design that predates any of us in this room. And so the question is, okay, will there be more traffic? What kind of traffic? And, you know, just like with anything, if there is going to be additional traffic, how is it mitigated? And, you know, how do you weigh that against other benefits that come with any sort of development that could go to that site, whatever it may be? And so that's something that we have to weigh and consider because there is no perfect project. There is no perfect project. In fact, like I said, every project that's been up here, a large number of the speakers that were here tonight opposed all those projects. So I'm like, we're all out of projects. I don't know what you want. What can we do? So I think it's important that we also know that, yeah, there's a lot of folks here that were and continue to be opposed to this. And I don't challenge those feelings. I don't challenge justifications. That is, we live in a place where we can disagree, but we should respect each other. And I can tell you as mayor, my world point of view is I also hear from a lot of people that, you know, aren't here tonight that are in favor of a development like this on that exact spot. So it's not, you know, the voices are always a little different depending on where you're at. I haven't surveyed the 60,000 people that call Royal Oak home to do a tally what, you know, who likes what. But also it's not a popularity contest. There are certain specific criteria that we have to look at as a planning commission in terms of how we approve or not approve a site plan. One of the questions came up about the master plan. Great question. I appreciate that question. There's a reason why we're trying to update our master plan. But this commission has to look at our current master plan, which is heavy industrial and everything up there. And again, the majority, not a majority, but a large number of the people that came up that we see every weekend are against the new master plan that we're trying to do, which, you know, would, you know, be a different concept. But we can't legally look at a proposed draft. We have to look at the one that's in front of us today. I will say that I had the privilege of spending a good hour and a half on Friday with some individuals that were concerned about this development, impacted by this development, and they brought a number of issues up, and I think we had a really good, transparent conversation for about an hour and a half. We narrowed it down, or at least I narrowed it down to say, hey, I can't, we're not the competition police. We can't, not that they were asking for anything like that, but, we can't look at those things as a body. Like, we can't, and in fact, Royal Oak, since I've been up at this table for 12, 13 years now, we have made it, we've embodied a system and a set of values that are, very much aligned with what we want to see in a free market and capitalism. So we can't go in and limit competition. That would be, a dereliction of our duty and probably against the law as it relates here, if that's our basis. I have the floor, sir. I have the floor, sir. Okay? So I guess, I thought we had a really good conversation, but then tonight, just like at every planning commission, for those of you who are new, we have, again, the same folks come up and they slander and throw out baseless accusations and things like that, and that's fine. They have every right to do that. But what that conveys, I think, to people, that really distracts from the argument. It says, hey, maybe there isn't any legitimate reasons to oppose this. It's just we got to default to slander and accusations and baseless and unfounded claims. I don't particularly look at it that way, but there's a broader audience watching this meeting. So I think that, for us, we have to make sure we stick to the facts. We have to make sure that, we're looking at this in the context of the law and understand there's a broad difference of perspective out there, and we need to be respectful in regards to it.
Okay, I'm going to just do a little follow-up there, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you, we're not the competition police, but we do have, under the standards, we do take into account whether or not there's an apparent demand relative to the land available. One of the things that's interesting here is what we heard in great numbers was that if they put the sheets there, it's going to be really successful. So that's one of the, only one, it's only one of the criteria, is whether or not there's a demand. It sounds like there would be a demand. That's not going to sway my vote all by itself, but I just would point out that's one of the criteria. All right, others? Woody.
Make some comments and then try to take a stab at a motion. So generally speaking, I've made some of these before, an activated site is better than an inactive site. A remediated site is better than a contaminated site for sure. This site's very unique in that it's bounded by the cemetery, the railroad tracks, and a natural gas substation. I agree that intersection is not ideal, but it is what we're living, it's what we're working with. I think the applicant, it's actually rare that an applicant comes in front of us and actually addresses all of the various criteria that we are to evaluate their project by. Most of the time it's left to us to decipher their presentation and how it falls against the criteria. Would I like to see something different there? Potentially, but I think it's a site that it works just fine for what's being proposed in my mind. So with that, I'm going to move approval of the conditional rezoning and site plan based on the criteria listed in criteria A through H, with the contingencies listed, clarifying that contingency C requires that the peer review study that the applicant agreed to do happens before the item goes in front of City Commission. Am I reading that contingency correctly? Okay. So based on that, that is my motion.
Okay, so just to clarify there, you didn't change criteria C. Okay, you just noted it, but you didn't clarify.
I wanted to make sure I was understanding what it stated correctly, and I believe I did.
So to state your motion properly, your motion is to recommend approval of the conditional rezoning with the listed contingencies by the department.
That is correct.
Okay, is there a second? Is that a second? Second by Mr. Ellison. All right, is there some further discussion on this? Mr. Esbree.
I did have just one point of clarification from Mr. Hedges, if you would, sir. Does that address the lighting concerns that you had mentioned? Is this motion adequate as far as that's concerned?
Is one of the listed contingencies for the site plan. Give me just a moment to find it.
Yes, sir.
I thought it did, that's why I didn't make any changes.
Right,
Yeah, the contingency A1, that lighting underneath the fuel pump canopy shall be modified to reduce illumination to maximum levels permitted under the zoning
All right,
ordinance.
outstanding. Thank you, sir.
And it also has contingency F, which is the general, you have to comply with everything, including the shielding of those pole lights.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Cooper?
Question with regards to if we do the peer review on the traffic study, and it has, how does that determination made of it's good, it's not good, and is that talked about, is that voted on, is that, what's the line in the sand that says that this can now proceed or this cannot?
I think it goes to the city commission. We're not going to get it back.
Okay, so that's just a recommendation to city commission, that's the caveat that they need to look at?
Right, because this is a recommendation, and what we're saying is we recommend that before you decide, city commission, our recommendation is that you have the peer review done before.
And then one more question is, I know we have a site plan that's incomplete on the backside for the access into the cemetery.
That's actually listed as one of the contingencies.
Okay.
That it be depicted on the plan before it
Yeah,
closes.
it's contingency A2.
All right.
All right. Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, if I may make a couple comments before we vote on the motion. There are some 60,000 people in Royal Oak who are not here tonight. Some of them work afternoons or nights at Corwell. Some of them wait on us in bars and get off at work at 2 o'clock in the morning. They need gas, they need food, they wash their cars.
Please.
We as commissioners look to make sure that the needs of the people in our community are served. And this is a business that is offering really essential services at all times of day and night to people who need it. I very much appreciate the insight the developer gave us into this. We seldom get a developer who comes in and says, look, here are all the things we could do on this site. Here's everything we thought about. Here's why we couldn't do that. Here is why residential, while we desire that in our community, is not feasible here. A, because of the level of environmental cleanup necessary. B, because it's jammed up against the railroad tracks. And they said they own this property and they will develop it. And I don't, given the limitations of the site already, I'm not even sure what they would bring us if this project falls through. Honestly, the fury over this feels out of proportion to the project. It's a gas station and a car wash. I mean, there's a gas station and convenience store across the street that people don't seem to object to. I think it's a suitable and providing a service in our community. The mayor said it, but I've said it many times at this table, we are not the competition police. Markets thrive, businesses thrive because of competition, and new entry in the market may help other businesses bring up their level of service, make them compete, offer lower prices to the people of Royal Oak because there is competition. We've heard tonight that, Sheetz just wants to make money. Every business wants to make money. They wouldn't be opening a business if they didn't think they could make a profit. And in fact, the gas station owners who oppose this are doing so because they want to make money. In fact, they spent a lot of money lobbying to protect their profits. So profits and business success are key drivers to us obtaining the services that we need in our community, that our people, that the 60,000 people who live here, not to mention the people from Birmingham and Troy who live nearby, will benefit from. And that to me is the bigger picture, and that's why I support this project.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I think that was very well said, Commissioner Douglas. And I just want to point out, and this can't and won't have any criteria in terms of the markets, because that would be not appropriate for us to consider. But I do want to say, for a lot of our small business owners, specifically gas stations, we've been sitting up here for a long time, and we've seen a number of our local small business owner gas stations come up here and say, look, I'm investing in my business, I want to do something different. And we have worked with them and said yes in almost every case. I can talk about on Woodward, just recently there was a retaining wall that needed to go down. Another business needed a Tim Hortons satellite put on the lot next to their station, signage up. We worked and approved and did some things for a really cool development on the Shell station on South Main in Lincoln. And so, I mean, we can't look at the entire world in a vacuum. So we can't say, look, we're going to go and work and support our local business partners and then arbitrarily not look at the facts of anybody else that looks to come and invest in our community. Am I passionate about, there are some projects up, like when we talk about affordable housing and we talk about office space in the downtown and we talk about some of the developments that are oriented towards an aging population, those things really excite me and I'm passionate about. Nothing against the Sheets folks or this developer, but when I look at the location, I think they've made a convincing case in terms of, the use. I mean, you look at manufacturing, no way that would be a horrible burden. The housing is the cost to do that, and the location there, even though some people have suggested it, I fundamentally have an issue saying, oh, let's take our senior population, our poorer population, and send them next to the railroad tracks on a busy road next to a cemetery in the corner and tuck them away because they don't belong in our neighborhood. I don't believe in that argument, but it looks like the cost of doing that is prohibitive anyhow. So I think that when we look at this and we say, what are the facts? We've heard a lot about traffic, and I agree with Mr. Casada. It sounds like there's demand for this type of business. So, Mr. Casada, I was confused. Did I have the floor?
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, because I hear a lot of folks that can't quite understand the decorum. I mean, I still, it befuddles me that folks will come out and have legitimate concerns, want to express them, but you choose to interrupt the meetings, you choose to call names, you choose to tell people who come to public comment, dummy, sit down, whatever. This is not who we are as Royal Oak. When you do that, you're detracting from all the people that are coming out here that are genuinely concerned about this project. And you detract from all that. You steal their thunder, you steal their time, and you make it a circus as opposed to a discussion. Interrupting is not cute. It doesn't make you stronger. It doesn't make your point across. It's against decorum. It's against the rules, and it's disrespectful to all of your friends and family and neighbors that are here. And I guess maybe I was raised a little different, but I think interrupting people when they're speaking and trying to derail a meeting. I mean, come on. Royal Oak is way better than that. Royal Oakers know and aspire to better values than that, and it should be embarrassing for some that continue to interrupt these meetings. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go with Mr. Gantino next.
So these will be my final comments on this. During public comment, there was a lot of discussion around all the other communities that have turned down similar proposals. I just want to remind everyone how often we are reminded on this side of the dais from the public about how we are not just like all the other cities and we shouldn't try to be all the other cities. And I would agree with that. Because all these other communities have decided to make decisions that they've made has no bearing on the decisions that we need to make here in Royal Oak. We're a very unique city with unique challenges, unique needs. This happens to be a unique property, and sometimes we have to make very difficult decisions up here, but at the end of the day, it is all for the betterment of our unique city of Royal Oak that has nothing to do with any other community that every day approves or denies similar filling stations. So I know there was, to the mayor's point, there's a lot of emotion on this particular topic. I do believe a lot of it is false outrage and it's a little bit misguided. So with that, I'm going to shut up on this topic.
Okay, and I'm going to just make a couple more quick comments before we move forward. So one of the things I want to say is, I forgot to say this before, on the crime issue. There's also, everything is just weighing everything. As it sits there today, I went out to the site, I walked all the way around the site. that site, as it sits there today, has graffiti back, you can't see it from the road, there's graffiti back there. The door was open, there are people probably coming in and out of there, we don't know who they are, but the door was open, and there's a pathway running from the property up onto the railroad track. So there's activity back there, somebody's back there doing stuff, that's not good. There's probably people there that shouldn't be there. So it is a good idea to get this site redeveloped. Now, whether or not this is the right development is what we're talking about here, but I just want to point out, there's an issue with the site as it sits there right this second. Now, the next thing I want to say is there's 9 criteria that we're supposed to look at. This is on your page 8 of 10 if you've looked at the packet. A through I, Mr. Grantina mentioned them, but I just want to say this is not an easy vote. I don't think it's an easy vote for anybody up here. Of the 9 criteria, 7 of them are arguable in either direction. And I do agree that the petitioners did make a pretty good case, but there's still arguments on 7 of them, in my view. And C, criteria C, nobody has ever come before the Planning Commission and complied with item C. Never happened. So you didn't do it either. So of the 9, you maybe, it's arguable all the way. So I'm just saying it's not an easy decision. We have to weigh things. I think there were a lot of good points made here tonight on all sides. And I hear those concerns. I guarantee you, we process those concerns and we listen to them. Not an easy decision. So, all right. All right, do we have anybody else who wants to speak on this issue? Is that a yes or no? Okay. It is time to vote, so we're going to proceed, and I'm going to, can I start with you?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Asbury.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm also a yes. So the motion passes 6 to 1. Okay. What else do we have to do on this proposal?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Congratulations. You still got a long way to go, but you're off step 1 here.
Thank you.
Take a recess.
Vote them out.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. We're gonna take a minute.
Mr. Casada, should we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Oh. All right. After a break here, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We're getting our attorney back. We lost our department head, but he'll be back. All right. Because Doug is going to lead us here, right?
I'll make an attempt, but I make no promises.
Okay, so here we go. We're back on the record, and we're looking at special land use and site plan for 2020 Bel Air. Wow, I'm getting an echo all of a sudden because all the people are gone. There's no 2020 Bel Air Avenue. This is an indoor recreation center, and Doug, why don't you introduce us to this project?
Yes, what the petitioner is proposing is to renovate a portion of an existing warehouse and distribution center that is at this.
I need that door open. Here. Okay? I need the doors open. They're locked, and it's a public meeting. I gotta let the public in.
Where was I? Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
The petitioner's proposal, they're renovating the southwest corner of the existing warehouse and distribution center that is at this property into an indoor pickleball facility. What they're proposing would be defined as an indoor recreation facility under our zoning ordinance, and those are allowed within the site's general industrial zoning as a special land use. They also must comply with the specific design standards for indoor recreation facilities that are in section 770-53 of the zoning ordinance. Among those requirements in that section, during its review, the Planning Commission must determine that, one, the lot area and frontage of the property is adequate to support the proposed use, and two, that the adjacent streets can handle the expected traffic volumes for the use. We reviewed the site plan to go along with the special land use permit request. For compliance with zoning ordinance standards, we only found 2 issues of concern. The first being the required number of off-street parking spaces. The petitioner did contact me yesterday. I did make an error in the staff report that didn't reflect the floor plan you have in front of you this evening. Within that table within the staff report, the pickleball courts would have a greater usable floor area, while the retail area is reduced. Specifically, the pickleball courts would have 15,501 square feet usable floor area. The retail area, 1,018 square feet. What that does, it reduces the required amount of parking for the pickleball facility from 41 to 37 spaces. We did note previously that that parking requirement before would have required a 10-space variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. With the revised numbers, that's reduced to a 6-space variance. The petitioner has also discussed submitting a revised site plan that would alter the parking and loading area, I believe on the east side of the building. We have not had a chance to review that. But if it does get the 6 spaces within that area, they have the potential to not having to go before the ZBA for a variance for the number of parking spaces. There is another variance that would be needed for the reduced maneuvering aisle width on the west side of the building, as they're placing 90-degree spaces along the west side elevation, which are not there now. Narrows the aisle that would be measured from the west side lot line to the end of those parking spaces to below what the minimum requirement would be. So potentially there's 2 variances that they would need. Since it is a special land use permit, the board, in any motion to approve a special land use permit, will need to include permission to seek those variances from the ZBA. The site plan, we do list the recommended contingencies should the commission wish to approve the site plan. And I can answer any questions you have. Anything specific to the operation or the site, I'll have to defer to the petitioner.
Okay, I just want to get a clarification. I understand that now they need 7 parking spaces, and we are only granting them permission to go to the Board of Appeals. Well, could you just describe the second one again? Because I might not have understood it.
An off-street parking lot, you need to have for two-way traffic a minimum aisle width of 20 feet. By adding those parking spaces on the west side of the building, they're reducing what's there. The aisle width would be approximately 12.5 feet. Now, this is a joint driveway. They are using part of the driveway on the adjacent property to access the property. So in reality, they're going to have the enough width to meet that standard, but we can't take area from an adjacent property and give it to them to meet that standard. So they would fall short of that. So that would be a variance that would be needed.
I understand, thank you. Okay, so, any other questions for our staff? Seeing none, I'm going to call the petitioners up. Please bring your team up, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you seek.
Hey, my name is Christopher Johnson, one of the co-founders of Get Some Pickleball. This is my brother, Jeff.
My name is Jeffrey Johnson, one of the co-founders of Get Some Pickleball.
My name is John Sarkeesian from John Sarkeesian Architects. We're the architect of record submitting this submission to you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Michael Sullivan, the owner of Old Sullivan Moving and Storage.
All right.
If I may, I'd like to just clarify a couple things that Doug, we were under the understanding that if we provided an easement for that west lot line, that would suffice. Did you not get the easement?
There is already an easement, a recorded easement in place, I believe.
Yes.
For that.
So does that not resolve that issue of the aisle width? Because it's a joint use easement between both pieces of property, the 2020 as well as the properties to the directly to the west, that they share that aisle. That easement specifically is in place for that purpose. And we did submit it.
I would have to ask Mr. Twain or Mr. Markham, would that obviate the need for them to obtain a variance for that aisle width or not?
It's a good question.
And I want to say, Mr. Sarkeesian, I don't see the width on your drawing, which is whatever AS1, but so that would be 20 feet if you include the easement. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's actually. It's actually a.
Well, it was a vacated road, so.
This is Andy Bader from our firm.
So, yeah, well, it says that, it was a 60-foot wide vacated road. So, you'd have a 20-foot aisle with, 20 feet on each side typically that allow for that maneuvering clearance.
So in other words, if there are perpendicular parking spaces on both sides, we're showing our side, and there are perpendicular parking spaces against the other building to the west, we would still have a 20-foot aisle left. And there, as they said, there is an easement agreement for that.
Is that not in the documentation now?
I guess we can treat it the same way as the off-street parking spaces, is that, we can review that easement a little more in depth in consulting with the city attorney's office. If we feel that, removes the need for that variance, they wouldn't have to go, but if the decision goes the other way, we should still give them the option, to be able to apply to the zoning board without coming back for revised approval from the commission. That's how I would recommend dealing with it, if that would.
Yeah, I feel like it can be done in some sort of contingency that way.
Yeah.
Who's the owner of the easement?
What's his name? Ernie Diacenzo, I own the property.
Okay.
It's a 60-foot wide vacated road with a reciprocal easement agreement to the property next door. So both parties, both buildings have usage of the aisleway, which is 60-foot wide because it's a vacant road. The parking spaces, you'd have almost 40 more feet to back up if you wanted to back up that far. But it's in the title work, it's a reciprocal easement agreement.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And then with regard to the parking shortage, with the adjustments that we made, design refinements to the layout on the west bay and the east bay, we as you mentioned, we increased the court width, which the owners of Get Some Pickleball wanted wider courts, and they also wanted larger locker rooms than we initially showed in our initial submission. Therefore, the proportion of what we classified as retail, which is basically just waiting areas, and the areas that were assigned to the courts, that proportional amount changed. So our requirement went down to 37 spaces. With regard to the 6 spaces that we would be short, that is based on the premise that that we can't fit any spaces on the east side of the building. So we have demonstrated in a submission that I sent to Doug recently that we can actually still keep we can keep 4 spaces on that side and have much larger loading areas than we had shown initially that meet the loading requirements. And then the other thing that we changed is if you look on the southeast corner, in O'Sullivan's area, there's 2 loading areas that we're showing, and we're proposing to eliminate the one that's closest to the east side on the south side of the building. That'll give us 2 more spaces. And then since we have enough parking, truck parking on the east side and in that other area that's just to the west of the south side of the building, we also eliminated the truck parking in the lower corner. That gave us 80 spaces. So we've demonstrated, and obviously it's a more recent submission, so you haven't all seen it, but we've demonstrated that we can come up with 80 spaces, also meet the truck loading and loading area and truck storage requirements for a 55,000 square foot building. So we hope that upon review that you will agree with us that we don't need a variance for parking, and that hopefully we've meet all the
So for my clarity, you're asking to remove the variance? So you're going to submit a site plan that complies?
Yes.
Okay, so if they don't give you permission to go to the ZBA tonight based on the plan that you provided them, and staff reviews it tomorrow and you need variances, you can't go there.
Oh, okay. I see. So
I just want to make that clear on the record.
Well, and I'm not asking for you to not give us permission. I was just trying to explain that we've come up with a way to adjust the interior and the exterior of the building to meet the 80 spaces. I'm not requesting
and that's an
that.
administrative function we can do after the fact.
Okay.
The plans that came to the Planning Commission had a write-up based on, and Doug corrected a square footage number on it, but modifying site plans here to say that you don't need variances means they're not going to give you any permission to go get those.
Okay.
I just want to make that clear that that's what you're asking for.
I don't want to pursue that route, no.
Question?
I'm actually looking at the site plan right now that we have for sheet AS1, and it appears that there's 80 spots called out already. Yeah. So I guess I'm
The spots out front, you mean? Those are...
The spots up front don't count, because in the total count, you've got, looks like 8 spots in front of the building that are in the overall 80 count, so I'm trying to figure out.
It's the spaces counted on the east side of the building.
North side.
East.
Yeah,
Far
Doug,
right.
Doug, I think you had said that the spaces, the one that you have, that we resubmitted on January 21st, I think you were implying that the truck loading and loading docks and loading areas were not big enough, and we made those, and so you basically disallowed all the 10 spaces on that side. So we were able to meet the zoning requirement in response to that, making the truck loading areas bigger and saving four spaces. So we didn't lose all 10, we only lost 6.
Yeah, this is,
And then with the calculation change and the other changes that we made down the line, we will be able to meet the 80. I mean, I understand that that's not what you have before you, but I was just discussing that we figured out how to meet the requirement.
Okay, so even if you hadn't told us that and we granted this and said you can go to ZBA, you would still be able to come to staff and say, oops, we don't need to go.
Right.
Is that right? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Where were we? Okay, you were going to tell us a little bit more about this project. You addressed the 2 variance issues. You have other comments?
I think Jeff would like to talk a little bit about the business. Jeff's the owner.
Okay.
I just wanted to share a few things and answer any questions if you have them. Thanks for your time tonight. If you don't know, and you may have heard of pickleball lately or you don't play, it is the fastest growing sport in America right now. And we investigated several locations, possible sites over the last few months. And we decided on Royal Oak, even though Royal Oak has a lot of public courts compared to a lot of other cities. It seems that the Royal Oak demand for pickleball still outpaces the amount of courts available. And on the east side of Michigan, it seems to be the home of pickleball. Indoor pickleball courts are popping up across the country. It seems to be the big trend right now. And we think it's the perfect place, and in particular, right by I-75 at 2020 Bel Air, we think it's a great site and a great use for this warehouse space. It's difficult to find buildings suitable for the specs that we need for pickleball in Royal Oak, and this building fits it perfectly. In addition to that, I wanted to share some information I think may be valuable to you when thinking about it. We have an online booking system we'll be utilizing for booking the courts and booking time for open play. What does that mean for this particular meeting? It means that we can control the flow of traffic based on reservations. For an indoor pickleball facility as opposed to a park, people pre-book and book their reservations, and there's a capacity that we can assign to our different courts, and to our time slots, to our open plays, to be able to control that flow. If we needed to add a 15-minute buffer in between reservations, say the flow of traffic we saw overlapping too much, we can do that using the software. And so there's some flexibility there. So I just want you to be aware of that, and we are flexible and open to ideas if anything comes up down the road. In addition to that, we've reached out to our neighbors to the south at Kenwood Court and had a very, very nice experience getting to meet some of the neighbors, what I would consider to be, and this is the residential court, Kenwood Court, what I would consider to be the champions of their end of the neighborhood in terms of following the notes for tonight's meeting, for example, the notice that was sent out. And we have a good understanding of what's important to them, and I strongly feel that we will have a good relationship with them moving forward. I would mention their names, but I didn't ask permission, but wonderful people. In addition to that, just a couple other things. We have reviewed the City of Royal Oak Recreation Master Plan, had conversations with Perry Abbey, who helps facilitate the pickleball initiative for the Recreation Master Plan and for that committee, and received an enthusiastic response as well as a lot of good advice. We reviewed the plan and have also noticed that that's part of the short-term goals for the Recreation Master Plan, to add 8 courts in the future. Now we know that a private business adding 8 courts isn't the same as a public park adding 8 courts, but we do hope it'll fulfill some of that demand. And I've reached out to Nikki on the Parks, Recreation, and Senior Living Department or Committee to see how we can partner and help in any way we can with with the responsibilities that they have, fulfilling the amazing pickleball demand. I think that's all I have. I wanted to open it up for questions if you have any.
Mr. Olson.
A comment and a question. My daytime position, I'm Chief of Woodville Services for Oakland County. I oversee 38 senior centers, and the number one need in every one of those centers is pickleball. So you're going to do fine. The question I have is, watching the game, do you even have any sound baffles?
That's a great question. So we're going to be indoors, of course, but what we're going to do is line the walls. We've seen some great examples of pickleball facilities. We've done a lot of field trips. Going out to Chandler, Arizona to see Pickleball Kingdom and everywhere in between. And some will carpet the flooring, and it does a real nice job. What we're going to do, due to the limited space, is do the walls. So
I want to consider baffles with the ceiling too.
that's a great idea. Yes.
But yeah, it's going to be loud.
You know, we want you to be able to have a conversation while you're in there, so people can, enjoy the community and the conversation. We've been in locations of other sites where it's just way too loud to even talk. So that's a priority for us. I appreciate you asking.
All right, Mr. Cantina.
So I went by the site earlier today. If you could help me understand the south side of your site, if what I'm looking at on the site plan and the south end of the parking, is there another piece of property south of that as well, where I guess today it looked like there was a lot of trucks being stored there? But the reason I'm asking the question is it looked like the way the vehicles were currently arranged in that other southern portion that I'm talking about, that they were arranged in such a way that there was still a drive lane to get around through that area. If I'm understanding your site plan correctly and the way the parking is proposed on the south side of your site, it cuts off that section where the trucks are currently being stored. Am I understanding all of that correctly? And what is the future plan with all that stuff that's being stored there right now?
May I defer to you, John?
So we are showing parking all the way across the south side of the parking lot. The space to the south is not a part of Bel Air 2020 Bel Air. Ernie does not own that, and so I don't know who owns it, and it's not part of our part of our proposal. So, yeah. So you are understanding that we're proposing to get rid of those aisles. So.
I got a quick question. Is there locker rooms in here, or what is it? You said you just waiting areas, or how does that work? I didn't know if you had locker rooms in here.
When you come in the entrance on the south east side of the building, there's a waiting area and a check-in. There'll be some sofas and probably a couple of tables and chairs and things like that. A nice just lounge area. And then on the other bay, the east bay at the very north end, that's where the restrooms are and locker rooms. Yes.
Okay, just wondering.
And it's just when people come, most pickleball facilities have lockers where you can put your bag and your shoes. Usually, you wear different shoes into the facility than you play in, or you might have a coat or something like that, and it's a convenience for the players to have a place to lock up their personal items.
Great. Do you rent paddles and stuff? Do you rent the paddles and stuff, or people have to always bring their own?
That's a question for Jeff.
You'll be able to
Probably
rent.
both.
Yeah, we'll have equipment on site for people to be able to use.
Just
Yeah,
wondering.
good question.
Okay. Mr. Cantina.
Talk to us a little bit about the podcast platform.
The podcast platform, that's a great question. Why would we have one of those at a pickleball facility? We are going to be having influencers in the pickleball world. One of them was here earlier tonight. We had a number of people here earlier tonight, and they do paddle reviews, reviews of pickleball gear. What we're going to do is host our own podcast, have people from the pickleball world, and do interviews of them. Just a way to market, and then also bring in other people, maybe not pickleball related. Maybe they happen to be members. Interesting topics, things like that.
All right. Other questions for the petitioners? All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Casada?
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Who's controlling the screen? 'Cause I saw an age breakdown that just sort of caught my eye, and I just want to get a better look at it.
I did it. What?
Oh, no, so up on the screen, there was a slide that showed the age breakdown of users.
Oh, that's a demographic breakdown.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Perfect, thank you. Oh, I missed that, okay. Thank you, all right, got it right here, thank you so much.
Okay.
What are you projecting your hours of pickleball operation are going to be?
Again, we're flexible, but what we find is anytime after 10 p.m., it's dead when we look at other places. They're local and out of state. Seems like the busiest times of day are in the middle of the day.
Well, the reason that I ask is pickleball. I'm with the city attorney's office, and pickleball has kind of become a problem for my office in that people have been playing at the parks right up until the parks close in the evening time, which is causing real problems with the houses around there, given the noise. So there might be a market for late night pickleball, and it may take something off of my plate. So I appreciate it.
We're here to serve.
We're experts at 24 hours now.
All right, well, we're flexible.
All right, very good. Any other questions for the petitioners here? Okay, this is a,
Public hearing on
yeah, this is special land use, so we need to do a public hearing. So if you can have a seat here, we'll see if the public would like to speak on this issue. Is there anybody in right there? Come on up, introduce yourself, and give us your presentation.
My name is Garrett McManway. I live on Country Court. First, I'd like to say I was not consulted by the business as a resident who would back up to this property, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. I do understand from my neighbors that this is maybe a split. There are some people that are opposed to this. I would assume that more of them would be here tonight if it wasn't for the previous agenda. But I would like to say I do appreciate the professionalism of this board in allowing me to speak today. One of the things that I do want to bring up is the environmental impact of having this business. As the south side of that building does back up to what is a unique piece of Royal Oak, which is an empty easement where there is significant wildlife growth. Another concern of mine is that that increased traffic and increased parking would create noise. While Mr. Sullivan's business has been a great piece of the community there, it is often seen that there's litter. There is noise from time to time, but that noise does exist generally during the day. While I appreciate Mr. Markham's point about the public parks, having a late night facility would definitely be impactful to the neighborhood and community, including myself who have young children at home. What I believe is really the biggest impact is the traffic. And the way that I present that is that traffic coming from Bel Air onto Campbell. As you know, Keller Elementary School does exist right there at that intersection. Having young children who spend 6 years going to Keller, including the time that I spent to drop them off, the left-hand turn traffic coming off of Bel Air onto Campbell is almost blind to the traffic that is making a left-hand turn into Keller Elementary School for drop-off. So having this business operating at drop-off time, pickup time, special events at Keller would be a greater impact. There's been many times where myself had been making that turn to see Mr. Sullivan's drivers coming out from their morning routine from that stop where it was very difficult to even see very large moving trucks, yet alone smaller vehicles. More so, I'd like to say, I don't really see the benefit to the local community, the very specific local community. I get the intent to create something for the public in the city. However, as a reminder, Lockman Park, who is just a couple blocks away, there was an investment by the city to create pickleball courts in the parks, in other parks within the community, which I think could better serve the need of the community versus having this private organization relocate within what has been a commercial district that has been relatively friendly to community and very little impact to the surrounding residents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to come speak on the issue of this special land use? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, public comment, and bring it back to the side of the table. Find out if there's any questions more for the petitioner, for staff, discussion, motion. There's going to be two, because it's a special land use, then a site plan. Mr. Gantino.
Question for the applicant is just, do you plan on having any sort of like stands or anything eventually for these courts? I'm just envisioning if you ever host tournaments or anything, from a parking perspective, you're going to have, obviously more people there than just the players. Is there any plans to have anything like that?
No, I don't think that we'll be able to facilitate a tournament of a size that would require that.
So a question about, there's a lot of spots there. I'm not sure if you'll use all of them, given you have 8 courts there. Did I count 8? How do you, typically, how do you stagger your reservations? Does everyone come at 8? Or is it folks typically come and stay for an hour, some stay for a half hour, some stay for 2 hours? So instead of having big swaps of traffic, and I say this because actually there's an underparked facility, I think it's in Madison Heights on Stevenson, where my son plays soccer, and my wife and I fight all the time who has to go pick him up, because it is, you're just road rage, everybody looking for a spot. And so you have these big shifts between practices. There's no time in between. So the question is, how are you, you talked a little bit about your scheduling, but is there anything in your scheduling that may not be as negative in terms of traffic flow?
Yeah, it's a good question. We're assuming it's basically full at all times for the sake of our discussion, right? When I look at the booking for other facilities, it's pretty staggered throughout the day. But to get back to your original question, between 1 hour and 2 hours would be a typical reservation.
Okay. Do you also see, I see you mentioned you're by 75, so do you plan to draw from other municipalities, and how far is how many miles is your draw in your opinion?
I think we will, and it's pretty subjective, but pickleball people like to travel to play with people that they like to play with. Right now, it's in terms of indoor, there's not a ton of locations to choose from, and we've seen people that we know drive 20, 30 minutes. We do hope that people will drive to Royal Oak as a destination, and hopefully they'll frequent other businesses while they're here. As the market gets more saturated, I would expect people to rely on places within a closer proximity to where they're located.
So you probably see a lot of folks coming off 12 Mile, 75 exit, going down Stevenson, turning in on Bel Air, would be I don't know, you can't estimate it, but, because there's a little concern there about traffic going out near Keller, but if you're drawing from a larger area, then it seems like part of that traffic at least won't go out that area. They'll go straight back to the highway that's where the nav will take them. That's the most efficient path.
Would they use Edgeworth?
Oh yeah, they could use Edgeworth, or they could go to Stevenson, cut through Kroger if they wanted to, but they probably would go to Edgeworth to 12 Mile. Yeah, probably they would. Okay. I'm just trying to understand a little bit about the stochastic nature of your scheduling.
And that relates to the traffic. So sticking with the traffic, volume, just thinking about the volume, you're taking a chunk of the Sullivan warehouse. We have Mr. Sullivan here. So is your business going to continue to operate? Are there going to still be trucks going in and out? You've got reduced space here, but I'd like to speak to that if you don't mind.
Yeah, well, we have 30,000 square feet still, which is more than enough for us. So I'm not sure the gentleman's name that was complaining about having this. I've been a resident in Royal Oak since 1967. I started my business in Royal Oak in 1982, and I've seen Royal Oak come so far. Very impressive. But despite residual effects of COVID on our small family-owned and operated business, we made it through. But there are still burdens of that on our company financially, and every business has felt the effects. So this new business would not only help us financially, but also help us with our lease, which we are financially obligated to. Was there another question?
Well, I was speaking, the comment about the traffic included a mention about the trucks, and I am familiar with that. I used to live right over here on Vermont, so I'm familiar with that. My kids went to Keller too. So I am familiar with that, and I'm just wondering, is the Sullivan truck traffic going to be reduced commensurately with the amount of pickleball traffic? In other words, are we replacing one with the other?
So they're really in and out twice. One's out, one's in.
Do you have less trucks or the same amount of trucks?
Well, I used to have 30 or 40. Now I have 8, and that's where we're keeping it.
Okay, so there is less truck
much
traffic.
so, yes.
Okay, that's really what I was getting at, because you take a chunk of the warehouse, I'm thinking, well, yes, the pickleball is going to have traffic, but there might be a reduction on the other hand.
Yeah, we've downsized quite a bit because of COVID and what have you.
Okay, very good. Do you have any plans to upsize?
No, we want to stay where we're at right now.
Okay, very good. Any other questions for Mr. Sullivan? All right, over
Oh,
here.
no, actually, I had a question for staff.
Oh,
We're good?
Okay, thank you,
yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
So this is currently zoned light industrial or general industrial?
General industrial, correct.
So we always want to make sure that we understand this correctly. Like, the reason why we're here today for a special land use is because the indoor recreation is what's driving that, correct? But if, let's say Mr. Sullivan wanted to lease this out to another like use, manufacturing or something like that, that might have a lot more traffic, like, they wouldn't necessarily have to come here because that wouldn't be a change in use, correct? Right?
Well,
I mean, if you comply with the use that it is today,
Right.
then there wouldn't be a need to come here. So we're here not because we're necessarily.
Well, this use as a recreational use, as Doug said, is a special land use
Correct.
in general.
That's right.
That's why it's here.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is, like, if there's traffic concerns and all that too, there could be other businesses without any approval of this body that could move into that location that could potentially have much, more disturbing elements to the neighborhood in terms of noise, traffic, sound, is the point I think I'm trying to make, and make sure that that point is a valid point.
And I think that's correct, yes.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask another question because you mentioned the sound. So you're going to put sound deadening material on the walls, right?
That's right.
And I'm just wondering, is this building as it stands now, is it just like corrugated sheet metal, or what kind of walls does it have?
Cinder block.
Oh, it has cinder block. Okay, so that sort of says, because the pickleball sound isn't going to be going into the neighborhood, or is it?
No, it's not. And that was one of the things that I brought up with the neighbors that I met with. And I'm sorry that we didn't get a chance to meet. Is that we have no intention of raising the garages. And I brought that to their attention just to let them know. Our lighting design that we have laid out to put in is built in a way where we're not going to want to raise the garages. It would throw off the game and the lighting of how we're going to do it. I'd have to show you a demonstration of that, but that's something I think that's important to note. And then as far as the soundproofing, right in front of the cinder block walls, we would have soundproofing on the walls, and then potentially in the ceiling if it needs it.
Okay, but that's what you answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioners? So what's on the table in front of us is the special land use. We've heard from the petitioners, we've heard from the public, and now we have to decide, are we going to approve the special land use based on the criteria that is provided to us on page 5 of 5? That's the question before us. Commissioner Douglas.
Well, as what I think is the only pickleball player at the table, I will move approval of the special land use.
All right, is there a second? Second by Mr. Gantina. All right, is there further discussion of this special land use approval? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm very empathetic to the traffic concerns. I think that the challenge that we have up here is, we have to look at it in terms of, is there a demand? Is it fit our master plan, recreation master plan, things of that nature? So that's, definitely something that we have to consider in a positive light. But as far as a negative light, yeah, I do see the potential impact on traffic. I see some of that being mitigated going up Edgewood towards 75 and 12 Mile. And I would also say that, there is a potential that if not this, then what it's currently zoned for, you could have a worse situation when it comes to traffic and disruption with general industrial use. Probably of all the general industrial uses, moving company is great, neighbor, because trucks are out in the morning, they come back late, but that building could easily be converted into, something much more intensive, which would create, a worse situation than having a pickleball court that does meet the needs of the city, and yet there will be some disruption to the neighborhood, but not as much, given some of the mitigation effects, but not as much as what could happen under general industrial.
Make a comment? The parking that is provided for O'Sullivan's part of the building meets the industrial parking requirement for, not just for warehouse, but for industrial.
Yep, so even more that it could go in there easily.
All right. Other comments or questions? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Douglas, seconded by Mr. Contino, was it? To approve the special land use. Is there any further discussion of this? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. In fact, I'm going to call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none. Special land use is approved. On to the site plan. Site plan is really pretty much what we just saw, but is there anything further from the department, Mr. Hedges?
No.
Okay, so we know that, okay, let me make sure I got this straight though. The site plan, it says the zoning board will grant the variances, so that's actually part of the site plan. That's what it says in the contingency here, right? I'm just clarifying.
Say it again.
So the contingency with the site plan is that the zoning board of appeals will grant the variances. Okay, that's where it belongs. Okay.
Well, that was based on the plan that was submitted.
Right.
They've made indications tonight they're going to comply.
Okay, but it's in the site plan.
Yeah.
So, okay. Any other discussion of the site plan, since we've already looked at it? If you have questions for the petitioner, bring them back up. Otherwise, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Casada, I'll move the site plan as recommended by staff with the 8 contingencies as listed. I will further modify contingency number 1 to give staff the latitude necessary to make the decision whether or not the petitioner has to go in front of the ZBA depending on what they submit to staff.
All right, the motion is to approve the site plan with the modification to contingency 1 that this department may make the decision whether or not the petitioner has provided the plan that avoids the requirement to go to the zoning board of appeals. Do I see that correctly? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll give it to you. He was quick. All right, any further discussion of the motion? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for the voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations. We'll look forward to the pickleball. I may even try it one day, so we'll see. All right, very good. Nice to see you.
Just for the record, Shar, I play pickleball too.
Oh, okay. When you're not playing tennis?
Although it's not great to play both.
Yeah.
One screws up the other.
All righty. Okay, we'll just let we'll take a moment here, and then we'll move to the next special land use permit and site plan on 4300 Delamere. Mr. Hedges, tell us about this.
Yeah, again, it's a similar case to the last one. The petitioner's proposing to establish a Pilates studio within the existing building. The building was formerly occupied by a metal fabrication facility. Again, the same issues with the last one. It would be defined as an indoor recreation facility. The site is zoned general industrial, and those uses are allowed as a special land use. And also the same design standards in 770-53, the zoning ordinance would apply. We do note in our staff report that the site plan you see before you would require an 8-space parking space variance from the ZBA. We have recommended that petitioner reconfigure the parking lot to move parking spaces along the south side and east rear lot lines in an attempt to add more parking, which could possibly remove the need for a variance and also improve access to the waste receptacle enclosure. Those are the issues. Again, it would be the same with the last plan, allowing them to, we would suggest allowing them permission to go before the ZBA should they need a parking variance if they can't add the required number of spaces through the reconfiguration.
Okay,
of
and that's the
parking lot.
only variance they would need.
That would be the only one, would be the off-street parking, correct.
Okay. And I would just say, I went out to this building that does not look like this picture anymore. It's been refurbished.
We tried to note in the staff report that, yes, that has changed, and with the weather we had that week, we weren't able to get a decent photograph that would show the site as the right-of-way was reconfigured with the reconstruction of the street.
All right.
But it is shown correctly on their site plan that they've submitted.
All right. So let's start with the special land use. Are there any more questions before we call the petitioners up? Okay, let's have the petitioners come up, introduce your team, and give us your presentation why you're entitled to the relief you're seeking.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
It is morning.
It's morning.
My name is Will Fornball. I'm one of the owners of Interverse Studios.
I'm Susan Bowers with Bowers & Associates, their architect.
And my name is Erica Fortenbaugh, owner of Interverse Studios.
All right. Please proceed.
And so today we're before you guys to seek a special land use permit to operate as a indoor commercial recreation facility to operate our Pilates business, Interverse Studios, in the city of Royal Oak. We are a growing brand. We currently have locations in Northville and Commerce, and we are really community focused and orientated with a new type of modern wellness approach. And we're open to any questions or comments or any type of information we can provide to you guys.
All right. Are there questions for the petitioner? Okay, I pronounced it wrong, but I thought it wasn't.
Because they were the best qualified to teach Mr. Casar how to say Pilates.
Well, I had to be guided on that.
Yeah, but that was yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday. All right. All right. You're going to refurbish the interior, or it's already ready to go?
It's already ready to go.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. There are criteria that we're supposed to consider. I've been there. You're in an area where there's, other indoor recreation, weightlifting, all that stuff. So I don't know. It seems like it's very harmonious to me, but it's up to you guys. Go ahead.
Oh, I just have a question for you in terms of what the staff has recommended of the parking changes. Is that okay with you, or do you have issues with that, reconfiguring parking?
We're going to look at potentially restriping the southern property line, but we're not going to be able to park along the east property line. We're a tenant in this space, so to reconfigure all of that parking, we would be required to go and do stormwater management because there'd be more impervious surface. So we're going to consider striping the south side, but we're still going to need a parking variance. And typically, max occupancy in a class is 12. There's not room with the Pilates reformers, which are large boards that you do Pilates on.
All right. Okay. Mr. Ellison.
Just a quick question.
Oh, sorry.
Looking at your proximity to Normandy Oaks Park, have you given any thought to capitalizing on the park there and doing outdoor on some of the nice days?
So yeah, that's a possibility. We just did an event last weekend at Somerset Mall where we had 120 people in the grand ballroom there for mat classes. So, we're always open to anything we can do to benefit the community. So,
it
we're
struck me
open
as
to all options on the table.
Could be very advantageous for you with the proximity of the park so close.
Yeah, I will add a lot. We're in Northville right now. We're very close to another park as well, and a lot of females are interested in like a running club. So I feel like at a park that could be beneficial as well. I don't know. I haven't gone over to the park yet since it's been pretty cold since we've been looking at this, but
We have a great path.
perfect. So that's all I need. It's a path. Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Douglas had a
Yeah,
question.
so you operate, I was picturing this as being individuals coming in on a one-on-one basis, but in fact, your business model is to hold classes, fitness
Correct.
classes?
Yep, group classes. Yep.
Got it. Okay, yeah, thanks.
All right. Question?
So with a class of 12, how many staff will be in the building then too? Just factoring, daily occupancy, you're looking at, looks like, what, 10 spaces currently?
So just the instructor. is
Just
usually
one
over
instructor,
there.
so one person in the building and that's
Yeah.
all?
Yeah.
Okay. Where would overflow parking go if there was a variance granted is my question. Is the park available? Is it?
Not
that's special land use,
really, but I don't know, are those spaces out front, they're not counted,
They're
right?
gone. Those spaces.
Oh, they're
spaces up
gone,
front
they're
are
gone.
They took the ones off of Delamere, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are a couple down.
Oh.
We did that.
I mean, we've not extensively looked into the restriping, like we'll believe that 13 is the number that works, because there's 12 on that side, so it
That's
should be
the site
13,
plan.
maybe even
Let's do
14,
it in
like,
special land use,
depending
right?
on how it stripes.
Yeah, we should talk about site plan at site plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so where we're at right now is so we're looking at the special land use, and, okay, those are gone, huh? Okay. All right, any other questions for the petitioner or each other, or a motion here?
Public hearing on the special land use permit.
Oh,
Is this a public hearing?
it is a public hearing. Oh, you have to have a seat.
Was the last one a public hearing too?
Yes.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did a public hearing.
Oh, that's yesterday's news. Yeah, we even have.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try this again. I'm sorry about that. Is there anyone here who would like to come up and speak on this special land use proposal? Anybody from the public? Okay. We're going to close the public hearing because nobody has come forward, and we'll come back to the side of the table and ask if we're Mr. Gantina.
If there isn't any other questions? Do you have
Go for it.
Oh, I was gonna move to approve the special land use based on the contingencies listed in the staff report.
Wait a minute, based on the contingencies or
Or,
based on them
sorry.
complying with the
Based on-
criteria?
yes,
The
thank you.
criteria, yeah.
Okay,
I'll support that.
all right. Is there a
way too
second
late.
for the motion?
Well, I just said I
Oh,
support that.
Take it to Jim.
Oh, Jim did, okay, sorry.
You never look this way.
It's getting late.
Okay, motion by Mr. Gantina to approve the special land use, second by Mr. Ellison. Is there further discussion on this motion? Mr. Mayor.
I would say health, wellness, and recreation next to health and wellness and recreation makes sense to me. So this is like a great Lego coming together and kind of what we envisioned for this corridor. So I think it's an appropriate change.
All right.
Supporting it.
Great. All right, any other comments, questions? All right, well, I'm going to call for the vote on the motion. I'm going to go voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? There are not. So your special land use is approved, but now we're going to go to the site plan, which there is one issue, as you know. So, Mr. Ellison.
I opened my mouth too soon and put my foot in it because one of the contingencies here is no outdoor activities. Is there a reason why we're limiting that?
Okay, you're looking at the site plan.
I'm
this
looking at
point,
the
yes.
site plan.
Yes.
I thought we did that.
No, we just
No,
did
no,
the.
we just did special
No,
land
no,
use.
no, we did the vote on special land use, now we're on
Right.
the site plan. So
Now we're on the site plan.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
Right.
2 on the site plan says no.
Contingency 2 on the site plan
Yeah.
says no outdoor activities.
I think that, if I may interject, that refers to like on-site. I think
property.
if they wanted to get a special permit to do an outdoor thing or whatever, if they want to put up a tent and do like a Pilates gear sale or whatever, they would have to get a special permit to do that outdoors. But if they, as a constituent in the city, wanted to apply for a permit and say, hey, we're gonna, do something in the park with a group of people, they're not prohibited. I just think in the property, like if this were a detailing shop and they said we're cleaning all the cars indoors, and next thing you find out they're repairing and doing all this stuff outdoors, that'd be a problem. So I don't think your business plan has any outdoor activities. Yeah,
No,
so.
you didn't think of it till I threw this brine, that's not my fault.
All right. Site plan. So we have, this also says that this gives permission to go to the zoning board, yes?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I have one comment on that.
Yes.
I'll just say, like, we see this come up. They know their business. They have 2 other locations. We have ordinances that are a great checkpoint to look at how much parking we need, and they're usually pretty accurate, but there are instances where I believe that the petitioner knows best in most cases. And I believe in this case, you know your clients, you know how many people, because I don't think you want people searching for parking. That's not good for business. So I feel comfortable that giving them that permission to go to the zoning to do that appeal is appropriate in terms of the site plan approval.
Okay, I'm just going to say, which contingency?
It
where
doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that they have permission to go to the zoning board of
Yeah.
appeals if they don't meet the parking.
So contingency 1 is trying to address that by stating they should redesign the parking, but it does not address giving permission to go to ZBA for a deficiency.
So if they cannot reconfigure it, then they would have to go.
If we're talking about the recommendation to flip the parking to the south side, that's partly because dumpster access is only through existing parking and what are proposed to be bumper blocks, which you can't obviously do. Secondly, this area that's to the rear of the building is all hard surface, and the ordinance says if you're not using it for parking or building, it should be landscaped. So they should be required to remove all of that if it's not used for parking. So the recommendation to move it to the south side was to pick up parking along the south side and then along the east property line next to the park, and potentially get to the number of parking spots they need without doing anything more than restriping the lot.
Okay, I
and
see.
maybe realigning the driveway.
Okay, I see, because right now, there's empty space there that's not got parking in it.
You want me to speak to that? Can I speak?
Yes, come on up.
So I think what actually is back there is not, and maybe it was paved at one point in time, from a visual appearance, it looks like gravel that's back there right now. So it may have been paved, and because we're a tenant in the building, we can work with the landlord to try to achieve, to stripe the easterly property line in the south, but if it's gravel, that doesn't work really either. Right? Like if it's gravel that's there, which is what we've seen, you can't stripe gravel, right?
Okay, I would agree, well, you can, it'll get messed up, but so Mr. Twing, is if they can't stripe it, it can't count as parking, is that the case, or?
Well, if it's not a hard surface that they can park on, if it's gravel, it's not landscaped either, I guess. The question is, how do you use it? The dumpster you can't get to.
They're gonna do hand cart, like they don't
I mean,
have like,
they may
trash, they're
have
just
to
gonna
put
put the
some
cart
asphalt
on the
in.
street.
Okay, but
They
that,
would do one or the other.
okay, I think I understand. That's the contingency there, that you're gonna be in accordance, all right. So how does that solve the issue of, if they do have to go, do we need to tell them in this, as a contingency, that they can go to the zoning board, or are we not gonna do that?
They have to go to the ZBA?
Yeah, if they have to.
Yeah, right.
So we should add that.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. All right, is there a motion to that effect to approve the site plan with the added a modification contingency 1, that if they are unable to do that, they have permission to go to the zoning board of appeals? That's, would be the motion I think we're looking for.
I will make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Cooper made the motion. Is that a second over there? Okay. All right, is there further discussion? Commissioner Douglas looks like she has a question. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay, all right. So the motion is to approve the site plan with the list of contingencies with the modification number one, that if they can't meet the parking criteria, they have permission to go to the zoning board of appeals. Any further discussion on this? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. We'll call for a voice vote again. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, great. I'm just saying, there's nobody who said no. It is getting late. Okay.
I'm not no, that's a double negative.
I'm not,
I'd
right.
like to call the barrister for an interpretation.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, they both passed, and we'll look forward to seeing your business.
Thank you, guys.
All right, take care, good luck.
All right, last one. Well, it's not the last one, but site plan 250207. This is just the site plan. Mr. Hedges, please introduce us.
Yeah, what you have before you is a site plan to construct an addition and renovate the building at this location for establishment of offices and a warehouse for a residential contractor. The building was previously occupied by a plumbing supply contractor. There's no issues with the use. It is listed as a permitted use within that zoning district. No special land use permits required. There is no public hearing. But since they are expanding the building, it did require approval of a revised site plan. In our contingencies we have listed in our report, the first two concern, get back to them, the proposed driveway on the south side of the building being designated for either outbound or outbound traffic only, and then also that the waste receptacle enclosure be moved to a location that doesn't interfere with overhead doors or the required maneuvering out for the parking lot. I did have a correspondence from the petitioner that they are willing to make certain modifications to the site plan to do that, but there would be no other changes necessary to the contingencies listed should you choose to approve the site plan.
Okay, well, we'll call up the, question.
So maybe I'm just looking at the wrong thing, but I'm trying to figure out this south driveway. Like, where is the south driveway?
It is on, if you're looking at the display, it's up, it would be in the far left-hand side. Right now, there's a grass area from the street all the way back to where that indent in the building is. They're proposing to make that a new driveway.
But doesn't it dead end at the building? I mean...
Yes, they would be installing an overhead door on the building and to allow trucks to enter and exit the building, that driveway.
So how can you require that it be one way?
We suggested that because the width is only about, I think, 12 or 13 feet. And the minimum width for two-way traffic is 20 feet. So their options are either limit it to one way in or out, or go to the board for ZBA for a variance to the aisle width.
So, I'm sorry, if I'm gonna drive in and there's an overhead door, where's my vehicle going?
Inside the building.
And then how does it get out?
You would have to either maneuver within the building and exit, unless that's determined to be one way in, or there is a second overhead door where they could exit into the parking lot and then out the other driveway.
You have to back out. Go practice on
Back in, drive
out. Okay, so, well, but perhaps the petitioner will be able to enlighten me as to what's going on there with those vehicles, because
I believe it's, if you see the colored rendering on the first page of the site plan, it shows the new driveway there on the left side.
Right.
The parking lot's behind the building, with another overhead door behind the building, and then the driveway to the parking lots would be at the top right-hand corner there.
So a vehicle's gonna, if that's an entrance, you're gonna enter there into the building and hang a right and head north through another door.
Yeah, if it's one way in, they would have to exit through the parking lot. If it's one way out, it would only be vehicles coming out of the building that entered it through the parking lot.
Okay, all right. More later, thank you.
All right. Other questions for Mr. Hedges before we call up the petitioner? All right, we're going to call the petitioner forward, and please, if you're here, introduce yourself and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you're seeking.
Because he sat here till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, right. I was going to say good morning, but the last guy used my joke. So I'm Brian McAndrews. I'm the owner of the building, Trademark Building Development. Our office has been right down the street there on Leafdale for the past 10 years. Residential commercial builder. Used to go to Delwood Plumbing and got the opportunity to buy the building so we could expand. Wanted to, the building needs work and some improvements to update where it currently has the 2 overhead doors on the front and kind of the jog in, which is the 850 square feet. We want to enclose and then cut in new glass for windows, for office space in front, and then also return the right of way that's currently asphalt to grass and trees to kind of soften things up. There is currently an approach on the south side. There was double doors for presumably vehicle access in there previously. It's really more a spot where I can have a parking spot, pull a vehicle in, pull a vehicle through. It's mainly open warehouse space and that we store things, and then a few vehicles and whatnot in the back. So I think the main thing I was up here for was for the addition and improvements, and then knowing that we would need to go for ZBA, I think, to get approval on that south drive because we're kind of close to that building corner where we don't have the sight lines, but it's pretty consistent with that street and that use, and it's going to be a pretty low use drive. It's really more for me to drive through and park and pull a vehicle in or an extra vehicle for storage. So that's why the one-way traffic can work for us. It's going to be my building for a long, long time. So that's kind of the intent of what we're trying to do to kind of update this building and improve it so we can kind of expand our business that we have here.
All right, this is not a public hearing, don't go away. Are there questions for the petitioner? I have one. I'm just curious, I see you had Tion do your survey. Who was the engineer?
Alex, Tion's the surveyor and the engineer.
Right, I know him. I'm just wondering who the engineer was.
Alex Lancina is an architect in-house for us.
All right, thank you.
We used some design build work.
Okay, that's his seal on there?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, any other questions for the petitioner? Right here.
So a question I have, again, that drive lane, so you mentioned something about it being one way, so I'm assuming you would be pulling in off of Leafdale, and when you go to exit the building, you would go through the building and out?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So you wouldn't be backing out. I think that's the main concern, is if you don't have a sight line coming out on that sidewalk, so it'd be
Right,
stipulated
so
to go.
and that's, understandable, even though that is, a common kind of occurrence in that area, but, doing one way, and because we have the 2 overhead doors and we have storage in back, it's really going to be more for parking or keeping a vehicle and things like that, so it's really not a big deal for us to maneuver it out the other way. The rest of the warehouse is going to be full with vehicles, so we don't have access through and through. We'll more have racking that we use and a forklift that we use for deliveries for projects here and there, and then we do have some in-house carpenters and painters that, we have materials and supplies and tools and things like that.
So you'd be able to drive up and load up a van or a truck inside covered space if it's raining,
Yeah,
snowing?
drive
things of that
through,
nature?
and obviously we can back in from the other side, but that, it's kind of like, there was an approach there previously, it's kind of grass, it's kind of wasted space. I think that, in the other improvements we're making on the property, I think it helps improve the property and doesn't cause any, inconvenience and issues with others.
All right, other questions for the petitioner?
I know the comment was made with regards to the dumpster enclosure and being able to access and turning radius for the garbage truck. Does that need to be relocated?
We
That's a
actually
question
have.
for you, yes.
So we actually submitted just yesterday an updated, relocated dumpster enclosure that Tion did. It's basically the main drive, it's straight in. So if you drive in on that right-hand drive, it's directly in, and we basically took a space or two from there and moved it over and relocated the dumpster. So it's kind of a straight shot in and out. Gives us that 20-foot clearance everywhere.
Okay.
I think that was the main concern with that location.
Okay.
So we have that updated, it just wasn't presented for this evening in time.
All right, other questions?
Mr. Casada, not seeing any questions, I will move site plan 250207 with the, I gotta scroll here, 9 contingencies as listed and recommended by staff.
All right, the motion is to approve the site plan with the 9 contingencies. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Gantina. Is there further discussion? All right.
Hold on a minute, I'm sorry, I was just trying to make sure I read
Well, you
it
can take a
again.
minute.
So, making sure though, with the corner vision clearance setbacks for the proposed driveway, so it doesn't stipulate anything with that being a one-way?
The one way I think is under 1A, no?
Yeah, that's on the
Is
first.
it?
Yeah.
It is, I apologize, okay, I missed that, sorry. I'm good, I'll shut up.
Okay, so just to reiterate here, we had a motion by Mr. Cooper, I think seconded by Mr. Esby, or...
Motion by Mr. Esri, I will second that motion.
Oh, okay.
It is, okay.
Mr. Contino.
Oh, you second, okay. Again, I'm getting tired here.
Can I
Okay,
second
sorry.
too? Can I third, fourth, whatever?
No, you cannot.
Am I bugging you tonight?
All right. Okay, so we're going to call for the vote here as we're getting late into the day here. So we're going to call for the voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. I'm a no. This time I am a no. All right. So congratulations. You are approved. All right. I am a no. Yes. Next, it's a good thing we didn't put this thing in the front. The next order of business is setting the public hearing for the proposed master plan after it goes through the, some of the review periods there that it's already on. Mr. Hedges, tell us what we're doing here.
You would be setting the required public hearing for the proposed master plan for the next regular meeting on Tuesday, April 8th. There are other possible dates. Should you not want to have it at the regular meeting, we'd have to check to make sure the room is available if you do want to choose an alternate date. Currently, we don't have any new applications for that meeting. And we have been suggesting to potential petitioners that they either get on tonight's meeting or wait until the May meeting.
Okay, so that's interesting. So there's actually happens to be a dearth of
Yeah,
proposals
it's-
for
there's-
that. Okay. All right. So what we would have to do here is, if that's the recommendations, it would be easy if we accept the recommendation of the staff, is just to have a resolution that we're going to have a public hearing. Yes.
I raise the question, do we really want to have this public hearing same night as a meeting?
Well, that's what we're saying. He's saying there's nothing on the meeting.
Oh, it's nothing else, okay, that's good, okay. I didn't hear that part, sorry.
Right. That's the same reaction I had, but
So far, there's nothing.
Can we ask you not to add anything?
well, he said they were discouraging people from being on the May or April meeting. But you can't tell them.
Discourage them, but the cutoff date, when we hit the cutoff date for the meeting, we won't take any more applications. But nobody's come in yet, so.
When is that cutoff date?
And the cutoff date's very close, so. So we may not have anything for April. And since it's the formal public hearing, holding it on your normal night is what our recommendation is.
Good.
we won't get accused of not noticing people.
Yeah, and if we have a sign variance or something, we can still take that. you
Yeah,
know.
it's nothing.
So, okay.
Right.
What is anybody prepared to make a motion on this? Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I'll move we set the master plan public hearing for April 8th at 7 PM at City Hall.
All right, is there a second? Second by Mr. Gantini, he was first there. Okay, so we got a motion on the table to accept the recommendation of staff and put the first of the required, I don't know how many required public hearings are there? Is it just one?
Well, you're required to have one.
Okay.
Whether you hold another one will be up to you after you hold the one.
Okay, fair enough. All right, for April 8th. Is there a further discussion on this matter? Okay, I'm going to call for the voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to hold the required public hearing on April 8th for the master plan, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, none. Motion passes. We're going to be having an important meeting there on the 8th. All right, what's next on the agenda here? I got to find it.
Annual report.
Annual report.
I think we just have to have a motion to accept this unless we want to discuss it.
It's really informational.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nothing.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't look at it. Do we need you to put anything on the record about it?
No, not necessarily. In the past, you haven't made any motions to accept the annual report. It is just a listing of the cases and applications you reviewed last year. We
It
do
is
now
what it
forward.
is, whether you accept it or not.
Okay.
It's a report of what it is.
Okay.
It's what happened.
Staff report.
An informational item, and we do though now forward these also to the city commission at their request, so.
All right, very good. All right, so anything else on that, or we move on?
Move on.
Okay. Election of officers. All right.
Yeah, per your bylaws, the February
What's
meeting
that?
is when you elect officers, so that's on the agenda.
Okay, so
If you
how do we
want-
proceed? We need somebody to nominate, yes?
Nominations, open
You still wanna do it?
nominations, and then
Yes, I-
vote.
yes, I do.
I'll nominate Mr. Casada as chairman.
All right, great.
Can I ask a quick question? Is there any, do we know the history on why we don't do this in January versus February?
It's specifically in the bylaws, it's done in February.
Got it, okay.
And it's
Okay,
just,
yes, I
it's
would
never,
accept if elected.
Because,
That's why it's in the bylaw.
yeah.
We still need a second.
I second.
Okay.
All
Doesn't
right,
need a
very
second.
good. Are there other nominees? Okay,
I could try.
no.
all right, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All
Did
those
you
in
do that,
favor,
Clyde?
say, of me
second
being the
that?
chair again, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed?
Okay.
I appreciate that.
You want to be the, aren't you the vice
Mr.
chair?
Hedges, who made and seconded the motion?
I
Jim made
the
it.
motion.
Jim made it.
It doesn't need to be
Mr.
seconded.
Cooper, okay.
Got it, all right.
Okay, next, nominations for vice chair.
If Mr. Gantini is interested, then I will hurry up him.
I'm happy to continue on in the role.
Okay, is there a second?
You don't need a second.
Oh, I don't need a second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, I'm going to call for the voice vote. All those in favor of Mr. Gantini to continue as vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. There, the team has got another year. Okay.
I think, Mr. Casada, Gary, I think you should plan on not being at the meeting on April 8th, and then he's got to run it.
You know what? Just to tell the story, because you weren't here, is that Ann was the chair, and I missed the February meeting, and I got nominated as the vice chair in absentia, and then she quit.
Oh, well.
That's what happened. Okay, anyways, next order of business is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Cooper. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. It was a long meeting. What's that?